test. Yes, I think everything looks working. Good evening. Good evening, because we have a chance to all talk about Tiendo and whatever else is coming to somebody's mind in question of that, or about whatever they want to throw out there. But there's so much going on. It's like unbelievable. I guess I might as well comment on what I I don't really have any question that this was allowed to happen. However that came about, to be exactly the way it came out. They staged a big part of it, hiring people to do certain things that the protesters might not have done, but maybe they would have broke a window without a provocateur. But, because, somebody could have provoked that person to being, angry to the point of that they want, they think but they're showing their anger more by breaking something. They're going to get it off their chest, I guess, right? And it's not a good place to be, in that frame of mind. But in a civilized society, they wouldn't shoot you for that reason. But we don't live in a civilized society. So they did shoot one person. And I talked about in the last live stream that a bunch. And since then, I learned that they just went in the window and opened the door. So where were all the police? To where they got in the window? Didn't they know that they broke a window open? And don't they have cameras everywhere around there? You got to be kidding. So this was orchestrated, and I don't have any doubt about that. But I don't intend to fight the government. I'm not going to go put my vehicle in harm's way in that regard, and I'm not going to be in harm's way with anybody else's vehicle. But I'm not to say that that's anybody else is going to feel inclined to do that. Then you do what you feel like you want to do. I'm not anybody's father or figure or anything. I'm not that. I know that. I'm a student like everybody else. So although I might have a pretty good recollection of everything that Tiendo taught, or most of what Tiendo taught, might be a that can be a tape recording. Not really. I'm just saying that's what it ends up being. They're tapes. They talked about how playing tapes in our heads was something we had to get out of the habit of doing. So when you put them on the airwaves, then you're replaying them every time. So but it keeps them alive. That's the positive that comes out of that. And of course, if it's the highest positive is that if it's from the true source, then it's of the utmost value to people to get any fragments of it, even from a student that has only fragments. Those fragments are not small in power. When I'm talking about power of the truth, it goes a long way. It's hard to dispute that this planet was created by something or someone that's very, very, very intelligent in all ways, beyond our imagination of intelligence. And, yet Yet some, will dispute that, of course, and disputing of it comes because they're bucking their genes, and their upbringing, and so that's not to fault anybody for bucking the truth. What's real? The truth is what's real. It's not like this the truth, it's like this category of information. It's just what's real. I mean, in other words, there is a next level that created the earth to be a school, and the object of the school was to get into the school thoroughly, to do everything you want to do, and this is happening generation to generation. When I'm saying you, I'm saying the spirit that's evolving from that, the mind, the frequency that's being emanated from all that, from the doing of it. The memory, everything is in like a database. And so that database continues to want to play out everything it wanted to do and think and say and, experience. And so looks for humans that'll do that, be that medium for them. And then they take turns, because they're polite, I guess, when they die most of the time. That's like a time sharing of the vehicle. So that's what we're made up of. All those all those ideas and thoughts that were given to us through our caregivers and everybody in society and all our experiences with people and places and things and all that. So that's what we end up believing in. Okay, as a whole, even though there's all kinds of little threads in that, that, I don't believe in that, but maybe a little bit, or, that makes sense or that doesn't. And, it's all a seek and a search. That's the way it's meant to be. You got to seek and you got to search. And Jesus said that, seek and you shall find. Knock and the door shall be open to you. Ask and you shall be given. And so that's the whole thing. And who do we ask? We ask our Heavenly Father in Tiendo, if you recognize them as your Heavenly Fathers, which I believe I do recognize them as my Heavenly Fathers. And when I say Heavenly Father, I hear it, I think as the old-fashioned way, but Doe included that language right in his departure, because he wanted people to know that had been groomed and grown, that even rebelled from it, to have the opportunity to see that being talked about again with a slightly different, not slightly actually, a big leap to comprehend in terms of the reality of space aliens and how they're the fallen angels from previous civilizations, graduation class, if you will, that fell away, and because of that, they started the project, this civilization, with those one or more of those individuals that fell away present, so that next level vehicle that was named Adam, means man, could see if he could overcome the influence of what those fallen angels chose to believe in and go with and do. okay, that resulted in them because of their own desire, be left on the earth, restricted to the near earth, however deep that goes, but into the outer spaces, but into the literal heavens is the terminology that Tiendo first used. And because heaven wasn't one place, it was, an environment. And an environment within an environment, so, it's like, anyway, but like Pluto is in the solar system, right, environment, right, of this planet, as far as we know. We don't know if there's some bodies we just can't see, but because they do something with the light. So Tiendo talked about that, how there could be a civilization, as the way I understood it, actually, physical, everything, on another planet that I guess might be in reach of our vision through our telescopes and remote cameras, that we can't see. And I began to wonder about that years later, and I thought, well, how would you do that? Well, and I had this thought, well, just think about it as like mirrors. And the mirrors are reflecting the light around the object and back out the other side in exactly the place that the light entered that object, so that it was reflecting back what was behind it because of the speed of that. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I don't know, it kind of makes sense to me in some way. So I hope it didn't come from my mind. But I mean, it came through my mind. It could have been from space aliens' mind, for all I know. Because they might understand that. Tiendo said that they know how the garden works. Okay, so now I don't know what degree they know how the garden works, but I doubt that they know any less than what they can observe that humans know. But it's possible, of course, because they do have access to us, but I don't know. I mean, some of them do. Some of them have access to everybody. They can have their physical spacecraft, not able to be seen, and come at night. They can they can run dark. They can blend right in with the environment, and then they can have somebody even float out. A soul that had gained some density of plasma kind of matter, plasma-like kind of matter, because Doe said souls were made from like plasma. That's evidence. That's right there. That's one of many pieces of evidence like that, and as well as other things, that Doe wasn't full of himself. Because otherwise he would have just said souls are made up of plasma. But he said like because he knew it might be different. He was sensing that it might be different than plasma, the way that humans define plasma. There might be another form of energy around us that humans don't know how to detect. They're blocked in some way, or they just don't have, their instrumentation just doesn't identify it with light spectrum, I guess, or I don't know what other spectrum, whether there's, I guess, sound spectrum, and and others, but that's about my limit in physics. But so I'm gonna go to the chat room. Right, Booster. There's going to be ongoing independent research into this for years, like 9/11. Yep, that's right. And there'll be things that are said, you know, that are wild. That every little nuance would be evaluated. And some of it's great because I think that I got a report, and I don't know if this is right. I don't know the source. It's not one of the sources that I've been. Well, I don't know if it might be part of one of the sources that I know about, but certain people in different parts of the countries get different things. So if you go to a right wing part of the country, you're gonna there's gonna be more people that have actual experience with the things that are being said, a first-hand experience. And so they're going to testify more and more, but they're not given a voice much, really. And in a sense, they shouldn't want to be given a voice much because, besides their local area, because they could be targeted as a dissident. And that's happening. That's starting now, and they've justified it. But they've we're witnessing. It's like Trump was the green horse, which I've said that all along in Revelation 6:8, and what he brings. The green horse's identity is death. So now those horses of the apocalypse aren't from the kingdom of God, the next level above human, in Tiendo's updated terminology. That's more accurate terminology. That's the next level above human, an evolutionary strata. They didn't use the word strata that I ever heard, but so I added that in there. That might not be. It's not that it's wrong to do that, but I for the sake of the people that haven't had as much direct experience with Doe, I try to use their terminology. So then, if you listen to the audio tapes, you'll see some of the things I'm talking about. I hope a lot of the things that I'm talking about, because of that experience. So. But I mean, I don't think Doe finds fault with me calling it a strata. I mean, I questioned it when I first started to do that, and so I'm just expressing that. We do need to question ourselves in the terminology that we use, because we want to be clear. I mean, I don't mean clear so that other people can. Well, yes, so other people can understand these things that are very hard to understand. And I think each of us that understands more than we did before knows that we were in a place where we understood less. And we didn't know we understood less. And it's not like it's like one little movement of mind. It's not. It's like we're like blades of grass, and there's all different, or maybe even like a plot of grass, with all these little, things going up and down, in growth, and then some not growing very low, and then going departments of life. Okay, it could be a family relationship, helping somebody in some ways, or raising a family, and it could be going to a career goal, like to become a doctor or whatever it is, and or a musician, or somebody that writes, a journalist, somebody that's helping people see the events around us and be able to and they want to limit that, and that's what they want to do. They want to take away people having different opinions. This is what the Biden-Harris administration are behind. So we're going to live in a world where there's no opinions allowed except for their opinions. Now I'm not sure that, you might be surprised that, they could even tell everybody, yes, you're right, we did do that. And you can leave it up to you to decide what it was. But we felt it was necessary because of to save your lives through putting more and more effort into combating climate change and global warming. And they don't want to tell you that they want to also be able to shoot down asteroids. I mean, that's common knowledge. It's not like it's uncommon knowledge, but they don't put that in the science shows that much of that I've heard. Maybe I just missed those shows. I'm sure they exist on the Discovery Channel and things like that. Well, I imagine they do. Because the next level wants us to have the truth. So that's why they end up doing it. And they know a lot of it is, it's like borderline science fiction, right? And depending on your point of view and your, whether you've explored that point of view or not, because I believe it's like when I see something happen, I'm watching it, okay? I'm like watching the videos of the Capitol, the occupation of the Capitol. That's what I would call it. A part of the Capitol for a little brief little time. It wasn't a siege. It wasn't there were no guns talked about. The demonstrators didn't kill anybody. Some people died, but they died from heart attack, and another one from, somebody hit somebody with I heard a report, with a fire extinguisher. I was thinking, so the protesters went to that with fire extinguishers. What kind of protesters are those? And then I remembered, oh yeah, Kenosha, Wisconsin, right? Wasn't it Kenosha, Wisconsin, that where that individual went to, the 17-year-old went to with a rifle and a first aid kit and, an ability to help out there, and ended up killing 2 people. And the reason I brought that up was because there was one scene where the video where they were pushing a dumpster and they were lighting them on fire and they were pushing it towards a gas station, literally down the block, and the gas station you can see is in front of you. And to get to a certain distance away, it might have been still about 40 yards from the pumps, and and you see somebody run up and uses the fire extinguisher to put the fire out. So I thought, okay, I guess maybe somebody did go there with a fire extinguisher, as their as something maybe that they could help with. Okay, maybe he was thinking, I want to, do good for this, because I think putting out these fires is a good idea, and I agree with him. Not that if we participate in something like that, that there's anything wrong with us. I mean, whatever side of the coin it is, we can wake up from all sides of the coin. And maybe that's what I was witnessing in those audios where the police officer was just standing in the back while another one had his rifle raised, but he wasn't shooting it, aiming it at something. And then another one was standing there with his rifle. Well, it looked like he was taking down his rifle from aiming it at them, at whoever they were aiming it at. They could have been shooting, but they didn't want to. Maybe they were given the option. I don't know how that works. To use their judgment. And if the people, and so maybe that's why they were, or maybe they said, don't shoot too much. Maybe they got some, take it easy on them. Because they didn't want, they wouldn't want a bunch of investigations if you had those people's faces on video. So anyway, but it's just their way to, probably in their ways of saying things, regulate. Because they weren't trying that hard to keep the people out. They were going right through the door. After it looks like the window was broken out, maybe before that, maybe someone went in and then opened the door, okay? But can you imagine doing that in the Capitol? Where everybody that's worth anything in government, for the most part, except for maybe the Supreme Court judges and all them, and in terms of the hierarchy, are all in this one building complex. You don't think each of them, I mean, you could say, I heard the thought when I thought that, that Trump could have actually told them to stand down because he wanted to, let them come right up to the Capitol. And that might be true. But what about all those senators and representatives that know that there were quite a few, my understanding is, I think maybe in a, I don't know if it's from the House or not, but I mean, at first I knew that there were about 15, I think. That was the first number that were going to actually challenge the election, electoral college. But it was much more than that. I remember that. And so, not that it had to be, but, they weren't going to let that go that long. And that's why they just came back together and, there was no violence for much. I saw the one thing where somebody was hitting the same spot on the window on the door going in. So it's not insurrection. If that's an insurrection, it's in a Tinker Toy town. Of children. Yet people believe it. And they're going with it. And I've seen all things, I've seen even the noose, the hangman's noose, put on Bill Moyer, put an article up there. I don't know who he was suggesting to hang. But I don't think it was Biden, because they've been fully supportive of that. Bill Moyer, I was raised with him, thinking that he was really kind of non-judgmental about a lot of things. And maybe he was, but maybe he decided that he needed to play the program, stay with the program. Who knows, for his own life even, we don't know to what degree people are bound. I got a report from somebody that, several layers down that, I don't mean layers down, except from my environment of media. It's not several layers down, but more, I don't know, different. And maybe coming from people that are more part of the military or more right-wingers, as they call them. And I don't call people right those names, but I try to use those terms only because of what those terms mean to a lot of people that have things that are associated with them that, to me, are differences, big differences. But that many are, many of them are in common. But it's just the method of, it's like the abortion rights people are using Planned Parenthood to be a repository for baby organs, baby parts. All parts of the babies can be sold to the labs. So, even beating hearts. Now, I first saw this talked about, and Kamala Harris was the head of a whole bunch of efforts to have abortions right up to the end, right up to the birth. They're born out of the woman, and they take that fetus, that baby, and try to keep it alive as long as they can, while they take its parts out of it. I hope they give it sedatives, but see, they don't want organs that are have been tampered with. By giving the sedatives, a lot of times it goes into the blood pretty quickly, and circulates through the system pretty quickly, and so it would be in the hearts and the body parts, and so we've got body factories from all the abortions. Okay, now why wouldn't take advantage of that, right? Why not just let them die? Well, I don't disagree with that. I don't think the next level is against that in terms of doing something with those organs, and maybe it can help with learning to treat different diseases and things. It's not that that's bad, but see, the problem with it is that I shouldn't say it's the problem with it, but it becomes another agenda that requires millions and millions and millions of dollars to fund the scientists and the labs and all the things that are involved in doing the research that's got an unlimited amount of research that you can do, trying to duplicate the things that were done in nature. And so that becomes infrastructure that needs to have money. And so that's why they don't want any money going to anybody that's not conforming to their teachings, their brainwashing, their form of brainwashing, and their dictate. You can tell this is a democratic state in Vermont because very few people are of a different mindset. But Oh, I got way off the track from what I was trying to get to. I know I probably did that 2 or 3 times in that latest rant, but that's what you get out of this old vehicle. But did you know that D.C. has a $500 million police budget, says Booser in the chat room? Uh, 500 million. That's not a lot, is it? Is that a lot? Well, I know New York City had 8 billion and they took 1 billion away. What did they do with it all? They put into social programs. What? Contact tracers? The brown shirts? The avenue into people's homes? That's for our own good? Booster says, oh wait, keep on going now. And with the coordinated censorship from big tech, the only narrative most people will hear is that of the mainstream media. Yep, exactly. The bought off corporate media has taken over the world. Not the world, of course. There's a lot of people that see through all this. A lot of people. I mean, even in this country, a lot of people know what's going on. And, hate Trump or not, I mean, for his morality, it's kind of ridiculous, But, of course, that's not the reason they hate him. I mean, that's the reason some people hate him. But some people hate him because he's brash and he doesn't want to go along with the Paris Accords. And he doesn't, to save the planet, to save our children. Meanwhile, they're pumping more oil out of California than ever before. It was one of the last reports I got several months ago. And what are they doing with it? They're not stockpiling it, they're selling it. Why? Because they want the money so that they can build their underground cities. And they can try to, shoot down asteroids and try to go harvest elements from asteroids and comets and the moon and Mars and everywhere else. Looking for that Bob Lazar element is what I believe they're looking for. And Bush even alleged that. That's not the right word for that. Well, when he said during his one of the last State of the Union addresses he gave, George W. Bush said that when he was announcing going to Mars and the moon for colonies, which was right after China had announced going to the Mars for a colony, and maybe the moon too as well. And so he was, matching them. And he said at the end of that little speech he gave where he announced that, he said, and maybe we'll find a resource that will boggle the mind, an energy resource. And maybe we'll find an energy resource, I think is what he said, that will boggle the mind. I remember the boggle the mind very clearly, and that was about energy. But boggle the mind. So I thought, okay, boggle the mind. Yeah. What energy resource would boggle the mind? And then people said there was helium-3, but helium-3 doesn't boggle the mind. We know they can make helium-3, but they just can't make it cheaply or something. uh, you know, or in enough abundance. I don't know. I don't know exactly about that, but maybe some of you electrical engineers that might be out there, or whatever, chemical engineers, students or whatever, maybe you can understand it. Why helium-3 would be something that would boggle the mind. Or to George W. Bush, right? That would be the joke. It would boggle the mind. But I think, like Trump, he was given a bad rap with, I mean, he wasn't you know, maybe he wasn't an intellectual, but who knows? Who knows where his head goes when he's not in the public eye, you know? It might be, wrestling cows to the ground, but that could be his sport, What the heck? What's wrong with that? Anyway, all these stereotypes, right, of rednecks as people that don't have as much intellectualism. I saw somebody talking about how somebody had to, Obama to become president had to, have such good diction and presentation and statesmanship and all the qualities, of a diplomat and educated person, in the arts and whatever else, and it's in order to be president, but that. But that Trump just got in because he's rich and he had some TV fame, okay, and he's white. Now, I'm thinking, okay, I get it. I do get it. I understand. But, but racism goes all ways. What Tien Does said about it was that if you're insisting on focusing on your race, but you don't want to be treated differently than the other race, then you would want to try to act colorblind. They didn't say it in these exact words, so I'm maybe not saying it as clearly as they did. But because they didn't actually tie that together in the same thought. Let me see if I can get a better picture of that. You know what I think I'm doing? I know what I'm doing wrong with this. This was the example of somebody that had become having a same-sex attraction, or so having no gender distinction for their attraction to somebody on a chemical basis and on a mind basis even. And but that if they really wanted to be treated equal, they wouldn't be accentuating their difference. And I think that was happening during the pride parades. And see, what they end up doing is flaunting it, and then the people can, that aren't ready to take that step, they can be challenged, and that's a good thing. To know those people are totally equal, and so, who am I to judge what whether they're doing something that's dangerous for my children to see? That's where the right gets all out of whack. Doing to others as you have them do to you, that's an equality thing. And it's your neighbor he was talking about, that level of friendship like a neighbor. So Brewster says, and with the coordinated censorship from, I read this already, didn't I? From big tech, the only narrative most people, right, I did read that. But, greetings, Jeff. And the Unforgiven Brewster says, the establishment has been plotting since the day Trump won the 2016. He was never going to be allowed a second term. Yeah, I think that's true. I don't have any question about that. Because who's the head of the TIP, the Transitional Integrity Project, is the Clintons and the Bushes. I'm not saying there's not others that are equal with them in that group. Council of Foreign Relations is another big group that they're all in bed with, and then of course all the global unions that they have. With the English globalists and the European Union globalists, and when I say globalists, the whole thing that they're pushing is that you should feel honored to give yourself to your country, and so that and trust that they will take care of us. Okay. As long as we abide by what they want us to abide by. We don't interfere with what they want to do. And so I think as long as we do that, just being aware of things, I don't think is a threat to them. Of course, for the people that are attracting hundreds of thousands of subscribers on like YouTube channels, they get more scrutiny than little old people like me. And I don't have a problem keeping it that way because I'm not, well, I'm serving a function, I believe, for T&O and the next level. But that doesn't mean that a lot of people aren't forming, I shouldn't say a lot of us because it's not necessarily a limited amount in any way that I can measure, but are serving a function also to help people see more of what's true, what's more potentially true. I can't say what's true in some ways, but when it comes to things that T&O said, I'm confident that that's true. And so all the ramifications of that, we can start to misapply them. And if we do, we do. And then if we find out that we're misapplying it, then we change. And we keep on going. You know what I mean? Like one individual I knew that was examining the T&O materials and crew materials was at one point, and we have had a whole bunch of history together, internet history. I never met the person in person, but when he found out that T and Do brought in birds for no purpose that we could see, except just giving us the experience of having birds. And we had two parakeets. We had some finches, maybe 8 or so finches. Well, maybe about 2 cages of finches. Maybe, I'm not sure exactly. But, and then we had a parrot. And then T&O, when they were staying in their quarters, in a different house, different craft, we called them crafts, like a spacecraft, but just short for that, because it was a simulation of it, even though we didn't have pictures of Star Trek on the wall or anything like that to make it look like it was a craft. And I don't know if they would have if they weren't concerned about being secretive about what they were all about, so that it wouldn't be interfered with. That might have been the reason why they wanted it to look like a house. And so, and that's part of the reason probably why they split us up, to make that easier. But it all can work together, because at one point we had, let's see, 2 crafts and a halfway house kind of thing. A halfway house isn't the right word for it, but it was essentially the same thing, where you went to a town, and it was Dallas, mostly, I think almost entirely, and Doe helped them get an apartment, and talk about controlling. The accusation from Frank, that if I remember it correctly, which I see as an accusation, but it doesn't mean I love him less as a brother, with the same experience, because we're very capable. I did it too, when I left. I was challenging T to, but I don't want to get off the track on that. Well, what she told me was that I like to be seen as something special. She told me this in a note, and I remember thinking at the time, okay, I didn't know what to do with that. And a little too pleased with yourself was another little note that was on that piece of paper, and likes to be and is sarcastic with humans being the people at our jobs, that we interfaced with on a daily basis sometimes. And I was like in a country club at the time, cooking. Anyway, and I did some things there where I tried to get a cook who was angry with the waitstaff, and shouting out expletives and just really pissed at them, and because they were receiving something back that wasn't hot or wasn't cooked well, or whatever it was, as if they were questioning his ability. And so I said something to him, and he ended up getting really angry with me, and he was the head cook in that kitchen. So I had no place we got a lesson from that, and that is we're not trying to teach people that are out of craft tasks. That's what we call them, out of craft tasks. And we're there to make sticks so that we could continue to support ourselves. And so, why did I go down there? Oh, let's see. Oh, I almost had it and I lost it again. Oh, I'm not getting it back. Maybe something in the chat room will stimulate it. Yeah, I think when they lost that election in 2016, they were like shocked. All the polls, were wrong, and they were like, notice how Hillary was calling Bernie Sanders a Russian asset, and also Tulsi Gabbard, who to me was the best candidate that they had there. But I don't think she would. I don't think she would have compromised certain things. And they want somebody in there that's not going to question anything. That's going to do exactly what they're told. And if Biden steps out of line, he'll be told that he's stepping out of line. I don't have any doubts about that. And I heard a report that there might be a lot that people have on them. But it might also be things that are made up. But see, the idea that that's the way it doesn't work is brainwash is not really awake to how that does happen. When somebody becomes so infuriated with somebody else's direction, they'll do anything, and they'll murder, they'll assassinate, they'll kill, they'll plant evidence, they'll force somebody to do something with an underage child, and videotape it or something, to use that against them. Who knows what they'll do? I mean, we hear all these detective stories, right? Or these spy stories where all this goes on, right? And so we think that's a fantasy world. But that's not a fantasy world. It doesn't take a lot of that to be real, to have a huge impact on a huge amount of people. And of course, they could just say now that, that was just somebody, they put that together in the lab, right? So that's not even evidence of anything. And it might have been put together in a lab. Maybe it is totally made up, wherever that report came from. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know, but I do know that it's a tactic that goes on. So it's not beyond the shadow of a doubt that it's possible. If they're engaged in, being glad there's abortion, Tiendo said about abortion is that they weren't pro or con abortion. They were pro-choice of whether to have an abortion or not. They were pro-choice for a lot of things. They've allowed humans to make weapons to kill other humans with for a long time. When it's not from their minds that humans would be doing that. This is a savage world of the people with the most money and power are, unless they change, but I'm not judging each person, of course, because that change is based on their relationship with the next level, potentially. Because you never know when somebody is going to have a change of heart, and all of a sudden say to God, please help me with what's going on here. And mean it. Wanting to go to the highest source, the creator of the planet. And you think God's going to withhold from them? I could be wrong, but I feel like Trump got that when he came out of that hospital. I'm not going to let this bring me down, And I wouldn't doubt that the doctors were able to come up with things to save his life if he was that threatened. Those tests are so inaccurate that no telling what they're testing for. I mean, they're testing from there's human DNA in those samples, not just viruses. I mean, so they can be testing for something that's common in large amounts of people, even combinations of things. Maybe they test for. I don't know exactly how much they did test for. I'm not saying they're not getting better at it. They can get better at it. But the last report I got is that they still haven't isolated the virus. That means they don't know what the whole virus looks like in somebody else, so they can't test whether you actually have it or not. They can only see that you have parts of it. I don't know how many different parts they have. So I don't know what Tiendo would say exactly about harvesting the babies, but to me it just seems like well, see, the next level can use that. So it's like where Jesus was reported to have, well, I don't know, since the revelations aren't 100% accurate, according to Doe, and one example is the 1,000 years that he said happened before now. I believe that's what he said in the audio tape that's available on one of my live streams. 1994. Search through the description. Getting tired. I'll go to the chat room. Maybe I'll come back to it. But I just read tab 2120. Tulsi was my favorite too. And did you ever read the Star Trek encyclopedia in the classroom? Not that I'm aware of. But they might have had it after I left. Carlin might know if they had it after I left. They could have had it after he left. Added it, because they were doing a condensed classroom. And so Doe was, going with what he felt T would have him do. And so who knows what books he brought in for people to examine. But the most important books to read related to Tiendo's teachings and everything that they did and said are the books that are in the Heaven's Gate book. I just wanted to bring that up. Not saying that, there's anything wrong with, wanting to see all the books that have any relationship, like UFO Missionaries Extraordinary, which we did have in our library in the classroom. But the one you're mentioning at the time I was in the classroom didn't have that in the library. It wasn't a big library. Maybe there were a couple dozen books. Maybe 4 or 5 Bibles. The Roswell book. The first one that came out by Michael Moore, was it? No, not Michael Moore. I think Moore was his last name. Which then some said he was a CIA agent. But I don't know. I think that's maybe misinformation. Or you could say that it was provided to him by a CIA agent, right? And you can then say that he was working in agency to the CIA. And so it can be true saying that. You can be an agent of the CIA, right? Without actually being an official on the docket. Because his sources, but see, the next level can also influence people that to see the truth and even feel compelled to share it with somebody. And so share it in little drips and drabs through somebody else, it becomes a leak, right? A leak of what they were trying to keep hidden according to the people in higher authority over them. But that can also be something that they say leak a little bit, and then we're going to put out an article that kind of debunks that leak. They could plan things like that. And so that becomes then in their interest to tell the truth, but then be able to tell a bunch of lies around it. And I was told long ago that that's like an art form for people in the CIA to come up with these different mechanisms of sowing seeds of doubt in things and giving people ways of thinking that they can accept when the alternative is like unbelievable. Like the idea that there's people that are space aliens and that they could even be among us in physical bodies, with that look like human physical bodies, like in that movie They Live. I mean, we don't know what we don't know, right? And they thought they had one of those people in that said he was from Venus, way back in the early. What was it? I'm not sure whether that was the 1950s or something like that, or was it earlier than that? Voltaire? No, what was his name? I forgot what his name was, but he was apparently circulating in the White House, if I understand correctly, for a number of days, or who knows where. And that could have easily been a space alien. I don't think it would be a member of the next level, but I could be wrong about that. So Valiant Thor, is that what his name was? Valiant Thor. Of course, I don't know if he said that was his name. Val. Anyway, but, and then all the others that, in the early days of people had been becoming contactees, people that were contacted by the space aliens. And to show a little bit about how Tiendo worked, at first they didn't, they thought of UFOs as all from the next level. But then they kept on seeing reports from abductions and contactees of sexual behavior. And they knew that the next level had the human kingdom for that kind of experimentation. They don't need to do experimentation. They can see what comes out, a result of the eggs and sperm in the people, that they want to have ways they have to evaluate people and measure people and look at their health or whatever, they can look at. Either from right up close or from a spacecraft somewhere. Because T said that they work closely with, the next level members who work closely with hospitals where people are dying. And that can include helping people heal. So that would be like, if you're going to do a movie about that, I would, depict that kind of thing. Because T said that's what was happening. Now, I would hope that people would eventually get these transcripts typed up. Maybe I should see if I can pay somebody to do it. I know, Nisha has done a lot in that regard. And anybody else that wants to do that, there's been a number of people that took a stab at it and sent me it, and I must admit I've been tardy on my end of the deal. And in one case, I think I haven't gone through it and tried to, fill in the words that I think were meant by certain things because of knowing a lot of the terms that they used in those tapes, know what they were talking about, to put a context on things. So I need to complete that. Before putting it on my blog. So yeah, let me go back to the chat room. Good evening from Jake. Okay, pound, @EN, and Gloria Copeland and Jan and Paul Crouch. Right? Good evening. I don't know what pound @EN. Is that like a Twitter account? No, wait. We'll just start with an @sign. I don't know what that means. Wait. That'd be the, okay. Pound @EN. Okay, I'll write that down. Sorry, I'm a little dense right now, especially. Pound @EN. And Gloria Copeland and Jan and Paul Crouch. Wow. Glad to have you. If you're finding some value to what I'm talking about. I hope you do. Because I think there's a lot of value in everything that came from T and Do's mind. More than we can even imagine. We watched Paul and Jan Crouch on TV on Trinity Broadcasting. And maybe one time I might have, yes, I did hear Gloria Copeland, I think, at one point. But we used to watch Kenneth Copeland quite a bit. We had satellite dishes. And we made stands for them, and they were the big ones, like 7 foot across. And so we watched the Van Ippies on Trinity Broadcasting. Was it Trinity Broadcasting that put on the Van Ippies, or another broadcasting organization? But so. And what Doe said a lot of times is that regarding Kenneth Copeland and regarding Arnold Murray out of, I think, Arkansas or Missouri, was that they were saying all the right things, but there's more. And that's what Jesus said was going to happen. There was going to be more when he came back, and he was going to come back in a physical vehicle. A son of man. Son of man means offspring, human. Man is human, and son is the offspring of the Father. And through using Mother Earth in the New Age way of thinking, as the womb, the environment where the birth takes place, using the vehicles, human vehicles become our tools in order to learn lessons that separate us from remaining human. Because it's an evolution. Well, they said it was an evolution, but not Darwinian evolution, but an evolution of mind. And mind, being, Tiendo said, was synonymous with the word spirit. It's information. It's the word was made flesh, is that information was coming through the flesh of the human vehicle from the next level mind. They said there was two kinds of mind. next level mind, and when I say next level, I'm talking about the kingdom of God, kingdom in the heavens, kingdom of gods, because deities is is plural, singular or plural, like Elohim is, and so and he said when he was going to come back, the Revelation talks about how he was going to have white hair compared to snow and lamb's wool. Or was let's see, it was what was it? And definitely snow have coloration, and so and lambs will. A lot of the lambs that became commonly used because they were in more abundance, I guess, were the white ones. I mean, not white. It's not really white. It's off-white, right? And snow, can be, but in other words, that was giving some indication that he was gonna come in a white vehicle, what's considered to be a white vehicle, a Caucasian vehicle. It's really blood in the face, well, it could be a mixture of, originally, that's one of the ways of interpreting the word Adom, A-D-O-M, I'm not sure how to pronounce it exactly, but was, related to having blood in your face, in your skin, the flesh color, some redness. And but then it branched off from that. Okay, so that's neither here nor there. It doesn't accelerate. It doesn't advance the white race. That's how the Luciferians twisted it in people's heads, that it was elevating the white race, and it's not. What really might have been elevated was that it was a package that had a certain kind of lessons that were very hard to overcome, but not any more hard to overcome than other lessons that people are getting, even if they're not in the race that's dominant in a society, domineering over others. And so the ones that are being dominated, they get the lesson of learning how not to be dominated. Try and stray out of their way, because they're willing to kill you, if you don't follow their ways. And so the ones that I'm talking about, of course, it's not everybody. It doesn't. That's not. It's just part of the programming is there for that to feel justified to happen. And I'm not saying the people of color don't have that same programming. They do. But the mixes that happen between minorities and majorities, just surface it in different ways, right? All over the planet. But the ultimate goal is to not be race conscious, and so not to be want to be identified by the race. So that's where where to some degree it's being accentuated the more we want people to pay attention to it. Yet for some people, paying more attention to it is I would say a growth step, because they've come from that mindset that was putting down that other what was a minority in there wherever they lived and wherever they grew up. So they have that programming to counter. So it doesn't mean that there's not a positive to accentuating race. But I think it's only a step. It's a step towards next level ways of thinking, and including our judgment about things, and and of course, like everything else, it can be taken to an extreme, and it can also be used. Like all crises can be used by Hillary said that, and Rob Emanuel talked about that. I don't know if they And so now what we've got a circumstance now where it's more clearly now a war against Christians and non-Christians. And when I say Christians, I'm not talking about the people that walk around. I am including them, but I'm not talking about the people that don't really have that as part of their life, but they have somewhat of a belief that they're not sure about certain things, whatever their doubts are, and a lot of them justified to examine, of course, and a lot of them justified because they were fabricated, or they're distortions and dilutions, like even coming from the Paul materials in the biggest way. Right after Jesus left, which Tiendo said, that's what always happens after a member of the next level leaves. So it becomes distorted, because then that gives people the option to see everything in a completely different way. To think that, Jesus was even a made-up story. And, to control people. And yet the story of Jesus being the one that is going to bring heaven on earth in different ways is where the illusion is, which makes it the Antichrist, because let me put it this way: you're bringing heaven on earth to the degree that we're also bringing in the mind from the next level into our vehicles and putting into effect the things that they taught, and then being their hand in sharing those things that we were taught. And our source is the most important part of that, so that other people can potentially look at Tiendo's teachings and also go down the same route, because that's the only way that anybody is going to get out of this place and find out what true reality is, the truest reality. Because yes, we're in a reality right now. It's a physical hologram. That's the way Doe talked about it. I mean, I heard that on a tape, or I saw that in one of the writings in the Heaven's Gate book by one of the students. I don't remember which one right at this moment. But because I didn't hear that in person. He talked about the holodeck of Star Trek, and saying that, holograms. And he felt like, even before that, while T was still in her vehicle, I believe they talked about that Our Lady of Fatima, they believe was a hologram created as a trick by the space aliens. Now, as a trick doesn't mean... I didn't understand when they said that what a trick was. I never did, for the longest time, I didn't realize, what do you mean a trick? Like a magician? Did it happen or not? I kind of wanted to, I didn't really think that. So I didn't think that thought. But I kind of, just wondered about it. I didn't wonder what it meant. I guess that's how I should put it. And, which was different from the things they would say that made sense to me. Like when they said that we were surrounded by discarnate, dead humans. They're spirits. They're no longer in the flesh, which is what incarnate means. But I'm sorry, I just went around Jericho there and did a little hook turn over here and got off from where I was going again. So I'm just going to leave it there. And I'll dot some I's and cross some T's. If you can, if I left you in a question or what I was trying to get at in some regard, if you want to put that in a message, that would help me get back to it. I'd appreciate it. They're upset because they couldn't completely keep us under mass hypnosis. They're upset because they couldn't completely keep us under mass hypnosis. Yeah, well, there's a lot to say about that. I think, that we're all under a certain amount of mass hypnosis. I think that's safe to say. Just, so there's different, I believe in Tien. Well, what they said was that there's two kinds of mind. The reason I'm saying that is because Tiendo said that there's two kinds of mind. There's mind information, programs, behaviors and ways, thinking, science, all those is all part of that. And more things that I probably failed to mention associated with the next level's reality. On spacecrafts that could be as big as Pluto, that with weather labs that are overseeing the hurricanes, and even potentially maybe steering them or slowing them down or having ways to increase the winds. Who knows? By putting them over certain waters for a period of time, where they can, some of the scientists on Earth have determined that they do that. They get stronger. And then when they go over land, they get weaker. So it gets used up somehow, whatever it is, right? They lose their water. Maybe the interactions of the water is like forming those electrical storms, like a battery. And anyway, but so they have weather labs, they have Earth lab, they have an Earth lab. They didn't say it, they said it as a singular, weather lab. They said it as a singular, but that could be just for this planet. They could have the same kind of things in many different places. And they can have different forms of planetary growth that can even have members of the next level with their physical bodies, with their physical being able to see spacecrafts, because they can cloak those spacecrafts from us seeing them. And they do that with cloud cover a lot of times. And I'm not saying that's the only way they can cloak. But, so that they can help us with all this. And I lost where I was going again. Oh, gosh. I'm doing that too often tonight. Maybe that's because of what I did before. But, it takes energy to just talk and talk and talk, right? So I'm just going to keep on going until my head falls on the table here and I can't, I fall asleep. I haven't done that yet. I've gotten close to it to where my eyes were starting to shut. Yeah, the mass hypnosis idea. So the other kind of mind is the misinformation mind. So there was true information mind and there's misinformation mind. That's the only kinds of information that there is. So one leads to becoming a member of the next level if we keep on following that and pulling it in to our bodies and letting it come through as like a light coming. If we want to do this as a meditation, we're seeing that going through our bodies as a light coming from the Chief of Chiefs and healing all the cells of our body of our mental and or physical diseases. And Like a mental disease could be seen as, thinking we're right about something, and we're gonna, if you're related to Tian-Do, that's the way to feel right about it. But you don't have to say it to somebody like that because you put them on defense right away. So even though you believe that 100%, there's always the part of that 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 the interface with one another, I believe the way they taught was to wait for them to ask. Now, that happens all the time when you see things posted in public, as a fact. And, if they don't want input, well, then they can just unfollow you or block you or, unsubscribe or whatever it is. So I think that's an open door for being able to express ourselves. And so that's the way it's most effective right now. I'm not saying that it's not effective one-on-one, just as much, actually. It is, because you could talk to 1 million people maybe, over a period of time on the internet, but you can actually meet somebody and talk to them in person, and that might be the person that can actually recognize that there's some common sense to what you're saying in different ways of thinking that, I can't assume that, people don't know that there is a spiritual realm of discarnates that we can't see, but that can influence things, or that some people can tune into better than other people, and they can even train themselves to tune into it better than others, and actually that's not that becomes a challenge to, especially if we become somebody that's offering teachings to somebody else based on whatever discarnates we've started a relationship with. And those discarnates can be coming through any of the religions. They can come through atheists, because the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls, they're not religious. Well, I mean, they may do certain things religiously in terms of repeating it and doing what they believe over and over again is going to give them the results they want. So, that's the way that religion is used, kind of diluting it, because it really has the context originally as being related to the creators of this planet and its life forms in the mineral kingdom, and the plant kingdom, and the animal kingdom, and the human kingdom. And the next level kingdom, because the next level has planted seeds, souls, in many human vehicles. Doe said that even curiosity about them, the next level can see that and plop in a soul to your physical body, if you happen to be somebody that didn't receive one at an earlier date. We don't know that they can't put a soul onto a specific egg in a human body. The reason I'm saying that is because Tian-Do said that they both came to tag their vehicles in the 1920s. And yet, Doe's vehicle was born in 31? I always get mixed up with dates. 31 or 32, I think it was. And T's vehicle was born, I think, 4 years before that. I think it was 1927. 31 and 27, that's my understanding. But I could be misremembering that. But And so if they tagged the vehicle, if those vehicle wasn't born yet, if they were tagging it at birth, so then I began to think, oh, well, maybe they can actually tag it in the womb. And then I thought, why not? Yes, I wanted to make sense of that. But it wasn't, but if we let things like that become a reason that we hear, and there's plenty of them available, stop us from continuing to investigate Tiendo's material and study it and get to know what they're talking about and get to understand it. And, the parts that you have a problem with, thinking about them, but, logging them, whatever, observing them. And maybe that might even stop us sometimes. But then when we have the thought to maybe go back to the material, doing it. And I'm not talking about coming back to listen to my live streams. I'm talking about, getting with what they left behind. Because I wasn't left behind on purpose. They could have raised up stones, in the same for Carlotti. He wasn't left behind on purpose. We dropped out because we weren't learning our lessons in the classroom. And so there was a lesson to learn outside the classroom. And that's why we need our vehicles, all of us, to learn those things that we didn't learn when we were in the classroom. And I've got a list of them. There's the major offense list and the minor, not minor. I started to say minor, and I realized that was not the best terminology because they used the word lesser. And to me, that's an important thing because minor makes it think like it's not important. But lesser means it's not quite as important. And you can see even in those documents, major and lesser offense lists, it talks about how the first three were dismissal from the classroom. What was it? Deceit, being deceitful with your classmates or older members. Another one was giving into sensuality on purpose. To any degree. And another one was intentionally breaking procedures, was it? Anyway, so those were, grounds for dismissal from the classroom. But Doe didn't apply that to me. Since I broke all those rules, actually. And because he told me that I had the makings of being a good member of the next level. And that he didn't want to throw me away. So anyway, that's a little snapshot of that. So it's not over till it's over. But we all have things that stand between us, whether you want to call it hypnosis or not. I know that there were things that happened in the classroom that I was blind to. Like, for instance, when Doe, after T left, brought in some books. He brought in a whole bunch of different kinds of Bibles and Strong's Concordance, and just let anybody that wanted to look at them, look at them. because he was examining whether to go public again, and he wanted to know how to best interface with people. And so so that was the first step he took in that direction. And then and then right after that, he brought in books about UFO crash at Aztec, which we already had the Roswell book. And he gave us an assignment to read part of the appendix. It was called UFO Crash at Aztec, but it's not this one. I don't know if he listed that. I think he probably did. I don't know where that is now. Okay. Well, here's one that you might not know about. Brother, Sun, Sister Moon. That's a kind of an important one to have related to Tian-Do, because it even appears to be like an analogy of Tian-Do's task, where Helen was like the older member, and Brother Francis, or Francis of Assisi, was like Do, waking up to gather his church, gather the believers in his teachings. And I don't think it's an accident that T chose the name Brother Francis for the invisible person or that she felt was helping her with certain things in astrological interpretations and in helping her hit the vein when she was taking blood from somebody in order to, to test their blood when she was a nurse. Music and health. Those are, the two big characteristics associated with music, meaning the music of the voices, when the voices are expressing realities of the next level, is brought through the updates. But not only that, through the the Christmas carols to some degree, have some of that in them, and the Psalms, some of the Psalms, we sang "Lo How a Rose." I don't know where that came from originally. Was one of Tian-Do's favorite songs of the songs associated with Christmas time, and which we didn't sing them by ourselves or like in small groups. We sang them as one big group, except for the people that really just couldn't hold a note, and they weren't penalized or anything. They just sat there and listened. There weren't many of them, and they could try. They weren't told not to try, but they were told that it didn't matter whether they could actually hit the notes or not, but to try to recognize that whether they were hitting the notes or not. And I wasn't one of the ones that excelled at hitting the notes with my voice. Anyway, so David Daledian, Daleiden, my understanding is that Kamala Harris at some point went uh, when she was Attorney General, I don't know what his condition is now, really went after him for leaking about the babies being born from women that didn't want to have them. And used for lab experiments and sold. But and whether Tiendo, well, see, then that really is, since they're born alive, and then they kill them after that when they could have survived. I don't know. I think once they're off the umbilical cord, they're human. Not that the next level needs vehicles. They don't need vehicles. They've got plenty of vehicles for the returning souls to take over. So that's why they're not against abortion, and they're not against test tube babies either. And they even thought there was some value to that. Maybe you get less of an animal nature. And the animal nature is the heterosexual nature, for the most part. That's one way to look at it. I'm not saying it's the only way to look at it. Because for the one reason being that the people that are attracted to the same sex as they are, same gender as they are in Tiendo's minds showing evidence of having overcome their gender consciousness, because there is no gender consciousness in the next level. So we have to overcome that differentiation in our minds, because our minds are what are still retained. Well, see, if we haven't overcome it enough, the next level will give us the rest. If we got some lingering programming that has us judge somebody by their leanings towards this or that forms of sexuality, and so it's a matter of degrees, but so we can't judge people that are heterosexuals as being lesser, because even if they haven't overcome their gender consciousness, sexual consciousness is using sexuality for pleasure. I'm not saying that, that can't, be, I don't know, it could be maybe considered energy off the top, okay, that somebody just can't not get rid of because they haven't overcome that, and to not feel guilty about it, about doing it, but to continue to work on it and to accept it as some place that they can't get better than, by not participating in it, that would be accepting, defeat in that regard. So we can always improve and have better and better defenses so that we don't stimulate those hormones inside our body. So we control our eyes and we control our thoughts that go in those directions. And that might have to do with some people that we don't relate to as much anymore, or we only relate to them, in ways that don't stimulate our physicality. And the same with attachments to loved ones. It's not that we cease loving them. We don't cease loving them, but we realize that loving in terms of treating them the same way we want to be treated, with kindness and gentleness and openness to what to the ways that they can be serving their older member the same as we are, whether they think of that older member as in the name of Doe or not, because they could be separating from the world in their own way, and they could have their own recognition of God, what's God to them, that is happening simultaneously to people that believe in that and believe in T and Doe. And you never know when somebody's switch is going to go on, and they're going to say, "Oh wow, I see that now." Because to graduate and to be, we have to, for the people that do recognize that T and Doe are their older members, they've got a task to do. And that task is to stand for them in their defense and accept the consequences and maintain that stand until they exit their vehicles. Now how much they stand for them and with whom and in which ways, that's part of the task. That's an example of how the next level gives a task to somebody, like to T and Doe, go down to that planet and take over some human vehicles and wake them up at a certain time, and then wake each other up more and more to what your task is to do together, and then do your task. And okay, so that's what they were given. A big chunk of what, the task meaning to bring those souls out of the human kingdom into the kingdom in the literal heavens, onto their spacecrafts, where they can then get jobs working, even working in observation of what we are doing on Earth, to where they can really help us in ways that we're not going to get help. And so in that way, when you know that's real, and there's degrees of knowing it, you can know it and still be not so sure, or you can feel guilty about something, so you don't really want to be there for that. But well, I don't know. I'm going someplace else with it. I don't really want to try to go in that direction right now. But this is just conjecture. I was going towards a point of conjecture. I'm going to have to get some water and maybe a bite to eat, because I try to do these for 3 or 4 hours, and I need to definitely have something to stimulate more energy to keep up with the chat room sometimes, and try to do justice to some of the comments or questions. They're upset because they couldn't completely keep us right. Okay, so yeah, I think they have an agenda. It's not an upsetness, but maybe you're right. Because upset can be a bunch of things that they're upset with. So I don't disagree with you on that. Not that I need to try to agree or disagree with anybody, but I do try to see everybody's perspective. And a lot of times when I do that, I recognize that my first response needs to be adjusted. And it doesn't mean that I'm trying to agree with everybody. I'm not trying to agree with anybody. If I have something that T and Doe said on my mind, pertinent to something that's said, then I want to bring that evidence to something as a reason for not thinking that it's that way. But a lot of times what I end up seeing is that T and Doe said that a lot of what we come to know is by elimination of what we don't think makes sense. We don't think is true. We don't think is correct. Okay, so we're going to have to keep on examining things, and then, until we feel like we know it, but it doesn't hurt for us to remain humble about it, because it's true that there's aspects to everything we think we know that we can know more about. Like Tiendo said, that they know what they know, and they know what they don't know, and they know where to go to find out what they want to know. But that doesn't mean that the next level picks up the telephone whenever they call. And Tiendo did get a kick out of the E.T. movie when they took us to see it, because of that depiction of, I want to go home, and I don't like it here, but making the most of it and helping some students, recognize the reality of people that can, heal you with the touch of the finger because of the force that they have within their souls, their minds. I mean, I say souls because a member of the next level, all have souls that were grown in some equivalent to a human kingdom. But where did the Chief of Chiefs come from then? And we won't know how to understand that until we become a member of that kingdom. And then we'll understand a little bit more about it. We won't understand it all necessarily. That's the way Doe said it. We'll understand more about that, where that individual came from. But the human brain isn't equipped to understand any more than that. It's just doesn't have within the capacity. There's different kinds of, I don't know if they're called brains, in the next level vehicles that are grown on a vine, that are physical, more dense physical, where the souls are of a plasma kind of physical. So I don't know if they just grow bigger or they're more dense. Maybe both. And maybe there's another dimension I don't know about in which they grow. But, because I don't remember Tiendo getting into that kind of detail. That's why I say I don't know. Because I feel like I do know what I know. And that's what came from Tiendo. So if you hear me saying something and you don't know if it came from Tiendo or not because you heard it out of context with the way that I, say that it might be this way, or this is what I believe to be the case, I'm not sure about it, whatever, the different little qualifications that I use. Anyway, just bring it to my attention so I can try to address whether Tiendo talked about it. A lot of times when I do that, I get another little piece of something Tiendo said that gives me another little thing to refer to help me go in that direction or another direction. A little more, because it's a matter of degrees, I think, a lot of times. In terms of knowing something. Right? And I recognize that happened when they brought the UFO book and they assigned us that task of looking at reading the appendix and some other parts of that big, thick book. And I remember thinking at the time, wow, this might be real. This is after I joined the UFO. This is 10 years or more after I joined. It was 1987, I believe. And I joined in 1975, so it was 12 years after I joined what was called the UFO cult, and I thought that made sense, that they could be physical and they could be from outer space. But then it dawned on me that, wow, I got increased knowledge, increased knowing. Feeling that it was real. It didn't matter whether that exact report that I was reading in Leonard Stringfield's report that was put into this UFO, crash at Aztec, New Mexico in 1948, I think it was, where they said that, one report said that there was 18 bodies, and other reports said different amounts, different numbers. But doesn't mean that doesn't even have to be true. If the idea of that is true, or certain details in that book, doesn't mean that they're all true. Because sometimes, the observers of those things that wrote the book, or said that, testified to those things, to whoever wrote the book, or got passed down to, you never know how much that's going to change, because that's what happens. And also with time, things change. But sometimes with time, things become more clear, too. Certain aspects become more clear. I had that experience many times with dreams. How, like an overall important thought becomes all I remember. And the other parts of it would then be potentially in my subconscious mind, because I did remember it at one point as I was waking up and trying to, or if I was like just laying there knowing that I was in like a dream state and wanting to continue it. Want to continue staying in that dream state. And even interfacing with it. But Tiendo taught us to stay in our vehicles, guarding them from the discarnates and the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls. We don't need to be afraid of them in terms of fear of our human bodies being hurt by them. But their mind and we can be tricked, and so that's why it says in the records you test the spirits, you test the fruit, you see where the fruit is. If they're talking about going to war someplace, you know that that's not the fruit of a member of the next level to do that. And so anybody that did do that in the past doesn't mean that they're lost or anything. No, that's just one lesson they got, and hopefully they grew from that experience. And so whatever they did, even if it was something that was horrible, the next level forgives them for that. And so the humans should forgive them for that. And then make it into a positive by drawing in more of next level mind, wanting to know more of the will of the next level for us. Asking questions. Knocking on doors means, go someplace. If you have a thought, well, maybe I should visit that event, in that town that's having this talk about books. And they're going to be socially distant, 6 feet apart, 6 people in a big room. Well, that's still 6 people. If you have that thought, you can express what's in the Heaven's Gate book. Look at this book that I came across. I'm not saying I believe in all of it, but what if it's true? I'm just throwing things out that are coming to my mind. I'm not trying to say what people should or shouldn't do. But the lower forces can kind of block us from thinking that we have things that we can do. And I could do more of that. There's one group that's called the Free Thinking Society or something like that. That, the problem with them is that they hold their little events, like in malls and things, in morning hours, and they live far away from me. So I'm up talking or thinking or on the internet or, in these early hours. So it's not convenient for me. Plus, I think I just don't feel that drawn to doing it. Jake Slay Firm. Good evening, Sawyer. Was just rewatching the exit interviews, and sorority seemed to be annoyed with Ken and Gloria Copeland and Jan and Paul Crouch. Any info on these people or why sorority seemed mad? I wouldn't say he's mad. I'm saying he's aching for them to take another step beyond where they were displaying they were during many of the broadcasts that they put out. Now, they might have moved on from there. So it doesn't mean that sorority was mad at them. It was encouraging them to take a look at T&W's material and give it a chance, not just automatically disqualify it because of thinking that it couldn't possibly be that they committed suicide. That could have been from Jesus. Why would Jesus do that? But Jesus did do that when he said, was quoted by John as saying, "No man takes it from me. No man takes it from me." He was talking about his life. He said that the greatest love that you could have before that to show for another human being was to lay down your life. The shepherd lays down their life for their sheep. Okay? And so who's the shepherd? The shepherd is those souls. The Father and Jesus. Jehovah and Moses. Jehovah and Elijah. Elohim and Enoch. Elohim, that's the way they kind of use the terminology. Elohim and Adam and Eve. And so you could hear in his voice, he was like pleading with them to take a look at that. And I don't know if he said anything about adopting the whole big family values thing, and also the wealth, the preaching of that. If God's finding favor with you by giving you wealth, you need to give more to the church, so that they can do more, feeding the poor or whatever it is they were doing. And then you'll be rewarded for that. And if you're not rewarded for that, maybe you're not giving enough. Or with your support of the church, with your activities, When the church that you're supporting isn't necessarily the church of the true Jesus Christ. It can be to some degree, and that's person to person. But when the people are talking publicly about their organization and keeping that organization going so that they can keep on keeping that organization going, then you have to show me that they're saying the things that Jesus said. If they're only saying the things that Paul said, or if they're just talking in parables, then they're not talking to the people that are most prepared to see Jesus' return, to observe the return of Jesus. And because those would be the ones that would be of some equivalent age in their souls, and experience is what gives age. It's not time, even though time can come from, experience can come from time with doing something. But because Jesus was teaching that you weren't going to observe his return through your eyes. In terms of, let me see if I can go to that spot. I want to put another screen up here, by the way. So I'll just do that. Actually, let me take a break, and then I'm going to go to another spot. Okay? Because I need to use the restroom, and I don't need to tell you all this. But I'll get some water and food. A little snack. It'll take me about 5 minutes, I hope. So if there's someone that's here when I get back, because there's no we here. I'm trying to be we, but I'm only we to the degree that I'm staying on track with what T and O are teaching, and I think so far I've mentioned the things where I was getting off track. But I could be wrong. And so anyone who wants to bring up something to me, I'm always welcome to think about it. Greetings. I started to think maybe I'm wrong. Maybe sir, I started to rehear Sorority's what he said, and yes, I can see that there might have been some anger there. But anger in a gentle way, not like a reprimanding way, because. 'Cause I think I feel that too, with people sometimes, where they're so close in some of the things that they're saying that I know that's taking a high and mighty attitude, and of course that's but I know what T and Do thought about it. Well, not T so much, because we only started watching them on Trinity Broadcasting, I think after T left her vehicle. I don't remember us having a satellite dish. Well, we might have. Yeah, I know about the COVID stuff like that. So, but to me, think about it. Let's say he was a little bit angry. Um, Jesus taught about that when you're angry with your brother without a cause. Uh, that's when um, you want to look at yourself and what you're angry about. Because so what is the cause got to be when you're a disciple of an older member from the next level, our Heavenly Father, through the teachings of Jesus before T and Do came, and that is the cause should be something that you can really tie directly, like should not kill. Okay, thou shalt not kill. Jesus said that we needed to follow that law that came during the Moses time. Okay, so certain people are going to have that in their heads, and it didn't mean thou shalt not kill anything, like like animals. I mean that they can twist it into that, and they're almost doing that, like by wanting to replace growing of cows for food, and with making the food in the lab to look a simulation of the cow meat, which they're doing. Bill Gates has a big project for doing that. Again, underground cities or under the sea cities, okay? Or under the ground, under the sea cities. And I mean, wouldn't it be better to not have to have cattle ranches? Because you can, in a laboratory, you can just make the beef so people have the pleasure and nutrition from that. Nutrition would be the main thing, right? And trying to improve it so that any of the things that are not fear, like whatever. I mean, you can understand why they would be trying to do that because everything is available for humans to try. It's not like it's wrong to do that. It's not like it's wrong necessarily to use the aborted babies. I'm sure the mother has to sign something to, and maybe she gets some money for it. I don't know. Maybe she can negotiate. I mean, it can become, I imagine, people could choose to do that. Have babies just to give them to science. I think that's a good thing. And it's not that it's necessarily a bad thing, but it's very hard for my programming to accept that they're doing that to the babies while they're alive. Cutting them into pieces. I'm not saying they do that with all the parts of the body. Just seems cruel. I don't know. Maybe that's my programming, but I mean, the Luciferians don't have any problem with that because they know that the vehicles are all plants. We're all plants. T&O said that. We just don't. We can't see our root system. That's all. But there's a root system there that's unseen. It's a frequency root system that connects people, and I experienced some of that with my vehicle's mother and dad, actually. I woke up one day in the classroom. I was in the upper bunk in a rest chamber, and I felt like my dad had just died from a massive heart attack. That's what I hadn't seen from him or communicated with him for it might have been after the visits. It might have been after the visits that we had. I had 2 visits in 1985 and 1987 for a weekend each. So 2 nights. We'd come in on a Friday night and we would stay Saturday night and leave on Sunday from wherever we wanted to go. And so you would think that the people that were there for 10 years would have been pretty thoroughly brainwashed by then, right? So why would they want to leave the classroom, right? But yet one did. And who knows if somebody else did because of that. I know one for sure did. That was Arthody. R-T-H-O-D-Y. He's Michael in the documentaries. But, so, I'm going to go down to tab 2120. There are people who've had heart attacks who they say died of COVID. Right, I read that before, and yeah, I know. I'm not even following it anymore. For all I know, all the deaths that are happening, I don't know what, are people that are dying with COVID. Doesn't mean, but they could also be dying from having the flu, influenza A, or H1N1, or influenza B, or pneumonia virus, bacteria pneumonia virus. I heard somebody talk about a long time ago that COVID might have been a bacteria. I only heard that once, so I don't know. I mean, pneumonia can be a bacteria or a virus. So, and a lot of the same symptoms with pneumonia. You have fever and you have cough and chills and I don't know about the loss of taste and smell. Well, they say if you lose your smell, you lose your taste, right? And my stepdaughter of this vehicle says that she got COVID because she identified it because her boyfriend and the whole family got it, and they all lost their taste buds, I guess, temporarily. But that was the only report I got of whether she was very sick or not. It completely could be true that they engineered it because they wanted to be able to develop a vaccine to fight a number of viruses at the same time. So they may well have used CRISPR to insert a genetic sequence from what they had determined was the HIV virus, which they have isolated because the person that got the Nobel Prize for isolating that virus from France, I believe, said that he looked at the sample that was sent to him, that was sent to the WHO, and he felt like he did see the HIV strand or sequence, HIV sequence in it on a computer. That's how they look at these things. You know, they've got computer programs that are identifying the different parts. And who knows if if they're generating these strains that are coming off of it, or if they're mutations of the same virus. Doe said the only thing we might see in this whole scenario of, that really lets us know that it's happening is, I'm kind of like expanding that a little bit the way I'm saying it. But go to, I think it's either Beyond Human session 4 or 11, I believe, that he gives through this scenario and as a way that things might appear to us in the last days, last weeks, months, years, whatever it ends up being. Before, it's actual the seventh seal time and the seventh plague time, and in Revelation 16, the seventh seal time in Revelation 6 and 7, and then because we're already in the seventh trumpet time and the seventh thunder has passed, and I believe I have a lot of evidence of, and so I say it because T&O didn't teach out of the Bible. So they did comment about a lot of things, but never with a chapter or verse, except that one time when Doe gathered us together without T in the group, even though T was in the craft or at her craft. I don't remember which way it went. But where he said that T was the woman in Revelation 12. I can't imagine that Doe wouldn't have asked her what she thought about that. And that T would have given her, given him some indication of whether she believed that was true. I don't think Doe would have given that to us without T's approval. But I don't think T instigated it. Because that's not the way, it could have been. It could have been that she did, that she said something about it. So I can't say what is the case in that respect. So that was an example of my correcting myself by not being absolute about something that I can clearly see could happen in a different way. Because if we try to second guess T&O, we might be wrong far more than we're right. I mean, unless we're basing it on, it depends on what it is. I mean, that violence isn't promoted by T&O. So if there's something that's happening to where there's a high likelihood that there's going to be violence, I'm not saying that somebody shouldn't go to such an event or something. I thought about going to the Trump rally, even though I didn't vote for Trump, and I didn't vote for him either time. I didn't vote for anybody, either presidential election in the last two. I voted for Obama because I felt like I asked T&O if I should, who I should vote for. And Destody came to me in a dream. Destody was the only black male vehicle. I don't know if maleness had any, or even his vehicle's blackness had anything to do with it being Destody, but it just so happens, it looks pretty obvious that it did. And he said to me, Obama. He just, that's all I remember. I don't know if he said Barack Obama. He didn't say it. I didn't see lips move. I just knew that it was this individual was Destody, and I could see Destody's vehicle in my mind, and that he I think he said a little bit more than that, but that's all I remember. And he said it with his mind. That's the way they communicate in the next level, and we can communicate that way too. But we can't count on it here because there's so much interference between the space aliens and the thought forms. Thought forms can also be realistically interfering with our thoughts. And if we're bombarded with thought forms 24/7, like COVID numbers are going up, more deaths from COVID. Vaccine numbers, you need to get your vaccine, but you don't want to go get it, They're putting it on a stockpile. There's places where you can't get it that have it. At first they were going to give it to the elderly in some places, right? And I thought, what do you want to do? Make them so that they die faster? Or using them as a test to see if they die faster? Or if they get better from certain things that they were having problems with. I'm not saying that there can be no value to the vaccinations, but we are being used as guinea pigs for them. and they definitely are not to be trusted, and they definitely are putting things in them that have a lot of evidence of being destructive to human tissue and human thinking. You know, when you put heavy metals in the brain, if it makes it so that there's kind of short circuits in the synapses, then one thing can lead to the next, depending on how many of those short circuits there are, might determine and where they happen, and and the strength of those changes. All of a sudden you've got potential of people losing their minds. And having physical problems if they accumulate in certain areas of the body, that affect other organs. So, but maybe they are. I know Jeff is tired of me talking about this, and I don't disrespect him for saying that. I'm not, but cause we've had some differences in this regard. We don't have to all think the same. We don't all have to agree on these. These are the kind of things that, I'm just telling you what I'm thinking and why I'm thinking what I'm thinking. And you can take it for what it's worth, because I don't have evidence from T and Do directly, except that they didn't vaccinate us. They didn't have us take, we didn't have regular doctor visits or dental visits. When there's a problem, if T and Do felt like it was something that needed to go to the doctor for, then they sent me to the doctor, because I've got this fleshy lump on my back, on the top of the back of my neck, so I'm a little a humpback whale, a humpback human. So one day they sent, I don't know, T came or Do came or livostry maybe, I think it was. And she examined it. Livostry was a nurse. So she examined it, and from that they said they made a doctor's appointment for me. And I went to a doctor in some doctor's office. It wasn't a hospital. And he came and felt it and said that because of its placement, he doesn't really recommend getting rid of it unless it starts to get hard, or it doesn't move, or it gets hard. Otherwise, it's a lymphoma, and it's so close to the spinal column, is what he said, that that makes them hesitant to have it removed. And so I reported that to T and Do, and that's the end of it. That was the end of that. But it is evidence that they sent us to the doctor. I had good dental care with very bad teeth that mostly came from the water on Long Island where I grew up, according to Do. So, but I had 2 partials made, to replace the missing teeth that I pulled out before I was in the classroom from when I was a kid. I started losing teeth, so that had nothing to do with drug use. And I didn't use the kind of drugs that did that to your body. I used marijuana and mescaline hashish and dabbled with a few other things, like cocaine and little tiny bit of trying different pills, but I just didn't want to take the second oils I didn't want to just try stuff. Some people would take any pharmaceutical, they'd take a bunch of them to see what it does to them. I wasn't into that. But I was around people that were. But I had the sense of not wanting to go that far, So when I would take like a half of a tab of a brown dot, LSD, acid, my friend in high school, he would take 8 whole dots. Boy, but was his mind messed up, I tell you. I mean, in ways that were evil. Like one time I had been living on the West Coast and I came back for a visit. This was right before I joined the classroom in New York. And so I went back there and I was in my vehicle's mother's house. That's where I was, staying for the visit. And I must have visited for a week or so. And I was in the kitchen, and he was there because we got back in touch. I forgot who instigated it, but like he came behind me with his arm around my neck from behind me, and then he had a knife in his other hand, a big knife that he got out of the kitchen. And he was laughing with that evil laugh. That poor guy. I don't know. I hope he outgrew that. I didn't want to piss him off, so I didn't know how to respond to it. I guess that was okay because he didn't do anything else after that. So ignoring it in that case, I think, was good. I've had other times where somebody was being violent to where just kind of like diverting the attention was like that, Ian don't like that part of the Star Wars movie where they said, these are not the droids you're looking for. I believe we saw that when T was still in her vehicle. These are not the droids you're looking for. You need to do that to any of the people that you don't want. I do that in my mind when I pass a cop car, that I'm not the droid you're looking for. Mostly what I do is, I don't really do that much, but mostly what I do is I put up a blank card. The same thing, so like they won't see me. I won't even exist in their mental frame in case there's an influence there that, wants to direct them to me for some reason. Because the spirits can do stuff like that. They can jump between people. If they want to cause trouble for somebody, now, I don't know if Tian taught us that was the way to block out thoughts that we didn't want, and those thoughts were a lot of times stimulated by discarnates. And to imagine that there's a blank cue card, And the cue cards were the cards that are used by actors, to give them their lines so they don't forget them. Oh, dead man, I'm doing okay. It's been a long time since we chatted. The dead man's been here for the last number of them, right? Meatwad Show. Hey Sawyer, can I ask a question about Heaven's Gate? Yes, certainly. What was some of the food you can and cannot eat? Just wondering. Right now, you mean? What I can and can't eat? Well, there's really nothing that, well, see, when I got Lyme's disease about almost 4 years ago now, and I guess this next spring or summer will be when I think it was actually into the summer that I got it. This would be, I think, the 4th year. Because I had been a guinea pig that was very willing and benefiting from, I believe, when when Doe was putting together the transfiguration diet, because of knowing about that, without having experience with it, healing disease, but I trusted it, so I went with it more. I didn't go with it completely. So I kept things in the diet, and for almost 3 years, I still had some swelling coming back once in a while in my knees that originally was so bad that I could only hobble around with a cane because one knee and ankle and foot were so swelled up, and I was having trouble sleeping because it hurt. It was just, it was kind of a dull pain, but it just was uncomfortable. I maybe could have got used to it. I still slept okay, but it was definitely, something that was disruptive. And so the one thing I started, well, I tried to change my diet so that I wasn't eating any of the foods that were the no-no foods in the Transfiguration diet, which was all dairy, all meat, flesh foods, all seafoods, all pasta, all rice, but I didn't do it with rice. I kept rice in the diet, brown rice, and all what else? All grains that were processed more than just being slow cooked at a temperature that doesn't actually kill the enzymes. Because the idea was that the grains are okay if the enzymes are still alive in them. So we would make these casseroles that were like a breakfast cereal kind of thing with wheat berries that we soaked and then put in one of those hotel pans that they use for in buffets that have sterno lights underneath, burners underneath them, and so we would keep them cooking there for for overnight sometimes, I think, at a low temperature, below 140 degrees. I might not get that right exactly. I should look it up in the Transfiguration Diet book. But I've got a lot of that posted on my blog at sawyerhg.wordpress.com. HG like in Heaven's Gate, if you want to see more of that. And I'm trying to. I've got that whole thing like photocopied, and I'm going to try to put it, in digital format. But I just need to put page numbers with it in my. I need to get with that program so I can provide the book to people. And it is for sale, but it's getting more expensive. But I don't know. There might be plenty that are still available on different, people's boards where they're selling books. There are pictures on my Sawyer Heaven's Gate Facebook page in the photo section of parts of the book. I think maybe the diagrams and maybe the menus, so you can get an idea. And there was a transition diet to that. So based on that, I can't just give you a tiny answer, right? I'd rather give you what T and No were teaching, and then I can tell you specifically to me. So it was like, so the one thing, I kept the rice in my diet, and I kept corn tortillas in my diet. The crispy kind that you heat up and then and then I would put beans on them with lettuce and cheese, which was another part of the diet that we had. And we ate up to 5 tostadas in a meal. And, those are the flat tortillas that are the crispy, the ones that become crispy, not the flour tortillas, the corn tortillas. But, and we would have those with beans, pinto beans, that we would cook ourselves, and add a lot of garlic to. And then brown rice. And no, we didn't have brown rice then in the classroom. So not with that meal. But so finally, after 3 years, I was being on that diet with eating that kind of taco almost every night. And then what I would have for desserts would be what I'm having right now. Bananas with tahini or sunflower seed butter. Raw tahini. Although I've used the roasted tahini too. I think we used the roasted tahini in the classroom, but I could be wrong about that. Just seems that way. So, you get a lot of minerals from that. So, I'm not saying. So the roasting, maybe I should try roasting them and not roasting them. I haven't tried to do that yet. If I could grow sesame seeds, I would try to do that. But, of course, you'd have to have a big area, right, to grow them to get enough. So that's a kind of a luxury to have that still. But not that I've had any shortages where I am, except for toilet paper and a lot of other things like that. I mean, they cleaned out the shelves in a lot of areas, right? That was the first time I really identified with the fear that people had. And I could feel it infecting me, affecting me. But, okay, so I guess I am telling you what foods I can eat. And so what I do is I have a big salad as the middle meal with sweet potatoes, yams, that I steam or bake or steam or bake, or roast, and then a vegetable, like broccoli or cauliflower or cabbage or red cabbage and um, uh, or zucchini, squash. Those aren't necessarily. I don't remember. I don't know if the zucchini is in the Transfiguration diet, to be honest with you, but I don't remember that. But most of the vegetables and fruits are raw and cooked. But the fruit is never cooked per se. But we used to make ice cream with bananas and maple syrup as a sweetener, a little bit, I think. Yeah, that's how I remember it. It wasn't a lot. But if you use ripe bananas, they're pretty sweet by themselves. So it's good. It's a good little, and we'd freeze the bananas, and then put them through the champion juicer, and you have to eat it pretty quickly. But there was a perfect ripeness to them that you were trying to achieve. To figure out, because otherwise they end up being very bitter if they get too ripe. and but anyway, so but I haven't done that since I was in the classroom with the bananas, but that's what we did in the classroom. So what else? So I eat an apple with bananas and either tahini and or sunflower seed butter. I don't mix the two different butters together because he was always in favor of keeping things less concoctions. She would use the word concoctions. And her favorite ice cream was vanilla ice cream. And but when they brought ice cream to us, sometimes they brought in Neapolitan. It wasn't that, they didn't give us ice cream that often. But something we had a dessert for every night. We usually had something of a dessert in the classroom, but but because we did years of experimentation with diet and health for longevity. That's right, longevity of our vehicles. But why would you want to keep the vehicles alive, right? Because I shouldn't be saying that sarcastically, because it's a valid question. But that is another way that Doe is less controlling. I mean, controlling isn't the right word to use, because they were never controlling. They were the same as teachers in a university. If you want to be in this course, then we want you to be here. If you don't want to be in this course and you don't want to work because you've got comfortable, then we're going to even pay you to leave. Doe did. And I don't know if anybody took him up on that, but he offered $2,000 to each person that wanted to leave. He said they had enough money in their purser to give anybody that was so comfortable with the lifestyle, the communal lifestyle. Because it's very easy. It's not like living in the real world. We were in an experiment that was removed from the world, literally, in all the ways that you could while still having a vehicle. And still having to work to pay for food and rent and all that. So back to the diet. So finally, after 3 years, where I could walk fine, and didn't even look like I was limping, I was still having a degree of in my right knee was still getting inflamed, and my foot somewhat, not so bad, and my ankle not so bad on that right leg. And so I decided to I kept on thinking, rice, rice, rice. I kept on having that thought, but each time I was, like, oh no, it's okay. Even though I knew that I wasn't in the Transfiguration diet, I was like, saying, oh, it's okay, because my vehicle wanted it. And so, but finally, I just said to myself, I gotta try to not have the rice, and the swelling went away, and hasn't been back since. Now I eat some rice once in a while, because my vehicle's ex comes over here, because her daughter lives here primarily, and so she was always an avid, a natural foods cooker, so to speak, whole foods cooker. Let me put it that way. And so, she makes all these things, and she uses rice pasta. But I don't think the rice pasta is good for me. I ate some of it today, though. So I try to not do it too often. The same with wheat. I eat a little piece of bread once in a while, and I eat a lot of avocados, and a lot of salads, a little bit of tomato, carrot in the salads, and beans. I eat quite a lot of beans. I do eat chicken because my daughter likes it and she makes it, and so when she makes it, I eat it. But I try to keep it to small portions, and not too often, and not on the same day as eating a pasta or something. That's kind of the way I'm trying to regulate it. But, I'm taking the cayenne pepper still, but I go on and off with how much of it I use, and sometimes I skip it. And I've been recently skipping the apple cider vinegar supplement. That is a chaser to the cayenne pepper supplement. And because I was having some kind of pressure, there might have been gas, I don't know what it was, in my upper stomach, I guess. Either that or it's in the solar plexus area. I don't know if that's part of the liver can extend over there. But it's like right beneath the rib cage where there's that, they teach you in martial arts that that's one of the pressure points where you can kill somebody by sticking your fingers right into that beneath the rib cage. Which I would never want to be in a position to where I would do that to somebody. But if I had to be self-defensive and I would try to do something. But but to live by the weapons, to have our life prolonged because we used a weapon against somebody else. To me, that's what Jesus meant when he said, "Live by the sword, die by the sword." That he didn't believe in that. And why? Because if you follow the teachings from the next level, the vehicle, when it lays down its life, in the appropriate times when that's given to do by the older members, and in the way that they give us to do it, then the next level saves those souls and gives them a new opportunity, and they've graduated that part of the program, to some degree. Not that they won't have to repeat that a number of times even. And so that's not suicide. That's when they do it for that reason, because they've been in that lesson program. But right now, there's nobody that's here that I believe is going to benefit from committing suicide. And Tina talked about that. That's why they wrote, well, T didn't, but Doe did. That's why they wrote the document, Opposition Against Suicide, and talks about in the very beginning of that it's always been their position that we need our human bodies to learn lessons through. And so that we want to take good care of those human bodies for the length of time that we have to learn those lessons. And right now, that's the situation we have, because the older member is not incarnate with us in the flesh in order to recognize that we've learned enough to leave with him. Now, I'm not saying that that could never be appropriate for somebody to do, myself included. But because we have that right, and that's talked about also, that we need our vehicles to learn lessons through Stamodi's document, Evolutionary Rights, in quotes, for Victims, in quotes. And wow, looks like my what am I doing? So I'm allergic to white potatoes and fresh peaches for some reason. I can eat cooked peaches fine. I can eat some white potatoes, but sometimes I think they stimulate like pimples. That I don't know what it is, but and so that's what I'm going by. If I see responses to something, then I cut it out. I don't eat any sugars, and only the sugars in the Transfiguration diet are maple syrup, which I do have a tiny bit of sometimes, and honey. I would have more maple syrup if I didn't have so many teeth problems still. I've had that my whole life with sugar, even small amounts. So, I didn't have it as a kid. I like a teenager. I didn't remember any of that. Although I did have a lot of dental visits when I was a teenager. No big reason for that, except for something in my genes, or because it wasn't like my family didn't raise my vehicle with that many sweets. But then when I started to earn money from allowance and stuff, I used to buy Raisinets and Hershey bars. That's where I got all my candy from. And I did eat, probably, I don't think I ate that every day. And I didn't eat like more than one or a part of a box in one sitting. Maybe I did sometimes eat a whole box in one sitting of those Raisinets. And they're not good. They get stuck in between your teeth. I only brushed once a day because I wasn't taught to do otherwise. Even though it's funny that my vehicle's parents, they bought this machine to use, but they didn't give me, when I was young, they didn't, indicate that I should use it, and we didn't have floss. So that's probably contributed to the fact that the water was bad, which is what Doe said was the reason for my problems with teeth. Anyway. All right, I'm going to move on. And who runs the website from Meatwad Show? That's run by Mark and Sarah. I know them well. They were in the classroom together. I was in the classroom the whole time they were. And I actually joined T and Doe's group with Sarah, was my partner in the world. We had been together for about 5 years, living together in Oregon and California a little bit, and mostly in Oregon and British Columbia, Canada, before we got to the Oregon coast. Anyway, and in New York when we were trying to save up to move to British Columbia, Canada. But anyway, so we joined together knowing that we would be split up, and I think we were both ready for that, the split up. Not that it still wasn't hard to see her occasionally, but it wasn't that hard. It was more awkward than hard. But that didn't remain that way, to where I had, opportunities to, be with her. Actually, on the second visit we took, Doe sent more than one persons to the same area, so that the parents could, that was less controlling as well. So that they could meet another member of the group, so they would have an idea of what the people were like. And so Al Odie and June Odie came and met my vehicle's mother and dad and sister and brother and maybe some others. I don't remember now who all was there. On that visit. So. And I visited with Junodi's mother, and I think Al Odie was with me too. I visited with Frank's, Al Odie's cousin, but that was after they left in 1997, I think it was. And I visited with Sarah Fody, who was Sarah. Of course, she grew up in the same town as my vehicle grew up, and we didn't know each other though until after we were both out of high school, and so I visited with her dad, but he didn't want to have anything to do with me. So, because to some degree, I think they blamed me for Sarah joining because she was from a Jewish background. And I was this Jesus guy from, even though I wasn't talking about Jesus or, I wasn't reading the Bible. I just believed that he was somebody very special. and I didn't disbelieve that he was the Son of God, but I didn't know what God was, and I didn't go through any. I didn't join any groups at that time. Anyway, so I'm gonna keep on going though to. So yeah, so they were given that job as an option because they wanted to stay back. They were given the option to rejoin the classroom, and that was before we started talking directly about leaving our vehicles behind. But they were there, I believe, when we had that the book from the Hemlock Society. Which would have been about 1986. And so I don't know for a fact that I found it in Doors Quarters. I've talked about this many times. But I know there's always new folks that are potentially listening in here. So I want to try to give everybody these salient points that are very important to getting a clearer picture on how voluntary it was that they left their vehicles behind, and how big of a step it was to them, and how they came to trust Doe, and T is the one that told us to trust Doe. Isn't that interesting? So they were witnesses to one another. They weren't just two witnesses to the Next Levels program for the students. They were witnesses to one another that also was witnessing the way that older members work together on a task to us. They were witnessing that to us as well. And you can hear that in the audio tapes. Excuse me. Yes, there are different types of UFOs, but before I talk about that, I want to get back to one last thing to say about Mark and Sarah King. They're dropouts. They didn't. They were actually given instruction to leave if they didn't want to follow all the procedures, behaviors, and ways that were being taught through Doe. And but it wasn't just through Doe, it's through Doe and T, because the idea of that came from, you see, it's a big subject, but it's a necessary subject. Okay, so we had these tents that we lived in, okay, and they were Coleman tents, and you could stand up in the middle if you were under 6 feet tall, or I don't know what the limit was, but I'm only 5'8.5" unless I've shrunk a little bit, my vehicle. So I could stand up in the middle. Anyway, but then we had all those tents, and they slept two people, partnerships, and sometimes we had a bigger tent that would sleep more than two people. But that was kind of odd that we would have that. But if there was an odd number of people, then we would, do that. And so um, so these other tents that were called leisure ports, and they were of a different design to where you could configure them with the windows and doors and the walls, okay, and they had four sides, but they were like shaped like a diamond kind of. Well, no, they were shaped like a rectangular on the top, but oval, and then they would come down with these flaps that would come down to a point of a V, and that's what would get smashed in, and then a pole would be put there that would go to the top. So it was like a canopy, but it was held in by four stakes. And so they made a hallway out of that, just to give you a picture of how we were living. And so we had hallways with that, with all these Coleman tents in one of the openings, so that it looked like a really sophisticated setup. And then we had buried generators that we buried, and this was living in the ranch lands in northern Colorado at the time, and Wyoming, southern Wyoming. But that T&O would arrange to lease from these ranchers. I'm talking about huge spreads, to where you have to drive in and out with some kind of a vehicle to the main road. It might be a half mile away, or more, even more than that maybe. But to the road. But so that just gives you the picture of that lifestyle. And then and so the lesson was, which really started in 1978, when T said in a meeting, "You have to give us your will." And she told Doe that Doe didn't tell us until after T left her vehicle, that she told Doe that she felt like she was going to lose half the classroom by saying that. And ended up, we did reduce our numbers by even more than half before we got new members. And some old members came back in 1993 and 1994. And anyway, so so the leisure ports. Okay, so then they said, what if your older members told you that the leisure ports were polka dotted? When the leisure ports were solid colors, and so would you see them as the way your older member sees them, or would you see them the way you see them? Who are you gonna trust with the right answer? And you could think, whoa, that's weird, right? And I mean, but I didn't. When I said it, it was like, wow. And at the time, I think I thought to myself, wow, I don't know how I would respond if you told me that. The leisure ports were polka dotted. And so they said, what you need to do in this lesson step was you need to preface whatever you say with the words or the equivalent words. The exact words didn't matter, but you needed to get the intention that you would say, I could be wrong, but like if somebody asked for your judgment about something, like the car needs let's say somebody was in the pilot seat but they couldn't see the gas gauge, and so they asked the pilot, the driver of the car, we call them pilots, do we need gas? And the person Might look at that briefly while they're driving and say, well, I could be wrong, but I think we do. And they might look at it again, to be sure. And they might even say, well, actually, it looks like it's on 3/4. So do we need gas? I don't know. But so saying I could be wrong in that circumstance, because a lot of people know that they can see something wrong that other people don't see. That's another thing. Some people can see things that other people can't see, or haven't learned to see, or haven't developed to see, or don't need to see, or whatever it is. The next level can regulate that for people. They can regulate what I know that from Do's mind, and I also know that from my personal experience after leaving the classroom and going through a short period of time where I was seeing spirits in like 3 different circumstances that were very different from one another. One was when this black shape that looked like it was a cloth thrown over the head of a toddler or a young teenager size, average sized person, glided by me after I woke up by having a dream of tea. I was trying to remember the dream. I was sitting on the side of the bed. I looked to the corner of my eye, and there was this thing going. And I didn't look to my corner of my eye. I was just looking down, trying to remember what T said in the dream. And I was aware of the room, and there was a little bit of light, like from a, like a strip for a computer, that you plug into, and maybe even a little bit from the outside moon or something, but it wasn't a lot. It was pretty dark, but and so I looked. I just caught something out of my peripheral vision, and I've been told by other people that they think I have good peripheral vision. Authority told me that actually in the car one time when we were coming back from our jobs, our autocraft tasks in the Denver area, going back up to Boulder Canyon, or wherever we were going. Maybe we were going to the place where we lived in, whatever. But yeah, I think it was back up Boulder Canyon. But let's see. So I turned my head and I looked and I saw something, and it glided by me like this, like as if there was a really black sheet that was darker than the room. It didn't make any up and down motions or sideways motions, and I couldn't see any features because I could just see the shape of the head hitting and the sheet hitting the shoulders. And it glided by me and went down the hallway towards the bathroom. So I got up and I thought, well, I just sat there for a minute. I thought, what was that? That was weird. And so I thought, okay, well, I'm going to get up and follow it, whatever that was, to see if there's anything that went down there. I didn't disbelieve that it was something that I actually saw, a spirit of some sort. Because I believed that was possible. I was in the classroom for all those years. I believed in spirits 100%, but I hadn't seen anything. It made sense to me, though. Even when I joined, it just made sense. I had very little experience with the ideas, though. But, and so I followed it, and I went to the bathroom, inside the bathroom, and I looked behind the door of the bathroom, and I was a little bit afraid when I was doing this at that point. And then I came out of the bathroom, and I went over to the kitchen, and I saw that the basement door was open. And that's like a rarity. I'm very good at closing doors because of learning from being in the classroom. That was part of the orbit. If a door was closed when you got to it, you left it closed when you left it. And so I learned to discipline myself to do those kind of things. In fact, it's, sometimes a bit anal the way I do it. It doesn't need to be done now because that part of the classroom doesn't exist. But it doesn't mean that would be something wrong with practicing that because you'd be controlling your vehicle. It's just not part of what's going to create your metamorphosis. Separating from the world is what creates the metamorphosis. But then following T's and O's example of things, I guess because they were so separate from the world, I guess then could add to, which this is all, kind of like intellectual garbage, what I'm talking about right now, trying to classify, but to some degree, it might be useful because of the way that the influences will use things against us to have us focus on things that are less important to do and then not paying attention to the things that are more important to do for our overcoming. So in general, being restrained about our speech, what we write to people, like when we would write notes to Doe, and T, it had to be, we had to let it sit for 24 hours before we send it to them. So that, unless they actually asked for a report on something or, asked us to express to them what we feel about something, which they did that occasionally. It didn't happen that often. And I would say even rarely did that happen. So I can keep on going down that road with more examples of all different forms of flexibility that they had built into this teaching experience and the student learning experience. And all that, is like, so anyway, back to the spirit things, which I don't know why I started talking about that. I got too far off. The polka dots. I didn't complete that one. So we ended up having, Mark didn't want to abide by that I could be wrong anymore. He's got a very sharp mind. He's very quick. He's very witty. He's a very intelligent person, his vehicle. And, his soul is part of that. And he's got a good memory. So he trusts that a lot. So for him to say I could be wrong, but, I have this decision about something, right? Because a lot of times what we would say is I could be wrong about this, or just say, what do you think about this? That was another way of interacting with your class members. Like if you were doing something like when you were measuring flour, you would measure the flour and your partner was the observer. So there was like a primary and a secondary, which is the way that tasks were designed. And that's the way it is in the next level too. When you get into the next level, you have your choice about a certain amount of things, but there's going to be a certain amount of things that you're going to be assigned to observe before you actually get hands-on. And then you get hands-on more and more and more, and you get more responsibilities. The more tasks you do and you learn to do through the procedures that also include trying to decide on how to implement this instruction and this instruction, because the next level is always open to changes based on the responses of the humans. Let's say the next level members are on a spacecraft observing humans that are asking for help, and the people that are assigned to those computer consoles are looking for those people because the light gets a little brighter on them on the computer when they're asking for the truth about something or asking for help, so that they can put things into motion to help them find what truth is that they're looking for. So they can actually tune into the person to find out exactly what they're asking about. And so that would be the kind of tasks that we would end up having after graduation. I don't know if that happens in the trimesters before that. Moses being the first trimester and Jesus the second trimester and Tiendo the last trimester to the graduation for this civilization. So he was given a chance to decide whether he wanted to stay in the classroom or not, and he didn't want to change and learn that lesson, so he was given instructions to leave until he wanted to come back and learn that lesson. And so Sarah sided with him to some degree, in some way. I don't really know much about it because we didn't talk. We talked. We had help wanted meetings for Mark, was part of our procedure, which goes after which just so happens to be what Jesus talked about to working out problems. First bring it to somebody else. And the person that you have an offense with, some problem with, or your observation, you bring it to their attention. If you think there's something that they did that was different than what the kingdom of God or the next level above human that Tiendo would teach was a good way to behave and respond, and without any sarcasm, and it could be anything. It could be a lot, different things, facial expressions that people have when they're mad at somebody, or or getting over exuberant when they're happy, like jumping up and down instead of just smiling and laughing or whatever, instead, laying on the floor, stamp, or having an angry outburst, even pushing somebody. That happened in the classroom one time that I'm aware of, or pulling somebody in a closet and filling them up, and having them both do that, which happened in the classroom. And in the early classroom, somebody had sex with somebody else, and then a bunch of people left. That might have been some of those. I don't know exactly because I didn't have that kind of overview. But but the one person that was part of having the sex with the other person graduated, and one person dropped out some years later after that happened. The one that dropped out, his name was Echody, Echody, from Echo. So, and the one that that talked about it in a slippage meeting, where we talked about the things where we were not doing as well as we wanted to for our goals of abiding by the major offense list and the lesser offense list and the 17 steps, all in the Heaven's Gate book. That was Norody, Nrrody. And she reported that to us many years after it happened. I mean, reported to us, meaning to the rest of the classroom. Because the slippage meetings, Tiendo didn't sit in on the slippage meetings. They just told us how to have the meetings, and they had somebody taking notes that was good at it. Sarah was somebody that would take notes frequently. She was good at it. Melody also took notes a lot of times in the slippage meetings. And the slippage meeting format was, and this might work for people that end up, living together, believing in tea and dough. And just to understand how it works, because when you have a problem with somebody, your partner or a crew member, like you say, you go to that person with what you feel is a problem that you're hoping that they'll change regarding, and you're basing it on something that you feel about the way tea and dough might have you do it, and that might not be that cut and dry. A lot of times it's not going to be. So you bring it up to them, and then they should hear what you have to say, and then basically say thank you. Try to understand what they have to say, and then say thank you, I'll examine that. In whatever words you want to use for saying that. Because what happens is if you don't leave it just short and sweet like that, it becomes an open door for that other person to find a reason to point the finger back at you. Or saying that you were just seeing it that way. That's not where my head was at, without examining it, giving it a chance to examine it, that they might be right. So you want to take the side of your partner enough to where you examine it, and then after you examine it, then you can, whether you say something to them or not, if the shoe doesn't fit, you don't try to wear it. You don't say automatically, oh yes, you're right, I do make too much noise when I eat. Lagordi brought that up to me one time, that when I drank, I made too much noise because I would slurp it, and I'd make that slurping sound. I wasn't even aware I was doing it until he said that, and so I tried to not do that. And it's not that was like a sin or something, because there was no procedure that said no slurping. Okay? We didn't have any, that wasn't in any of the procedure books. But we were trying to control the vehicle. So if there was a way, and part of that was being silent, being gentle and low voice volume, and like even whispering. We went through a period of time when we would only whisper. And Tino said that it was funny that some people could whisper louder than they spoke. I don't know if they meant that literally, but they would giggle when they would say something like that once in a while. But and I was like one of those that had a booming voice. It's not a deep voice, and it's not necessarily a loud voice, but it's got this boom to it that goes through walls. Because one time I was in the juice lab making this liquid drink that Tea and Dough gave us to part of our diet, and I was actually with Sarah actually was my partner on that task, Sarah Fody, and they had to send somebody to tell me to talk more quietly, because they could hear, because they were on the other side of the wall. It was just a regular house. It was just a sheetrock wall, and where they were staying in the same craft with us at that point. That was in the Bandera craft in San Antonio, and because it was right by the The juice lab was right by the restoration lab. The restoration lab was a built-in pool in this indoor, like what do you call them, atrium kind of thing. It was a big house, and so it had a built-in pool, and then it had a lot of space in it, like where you could have a party, a pool party, for 100 people, probably, if they were standing pretty close together. But maybe not that many would be really comfortable. But so in the restoration lab, we would wear this jumpsuit that was one of our first uniforms that we had when we were living outdoors, which was a overall. The ones with have the sling for the hammer on them, and they were plain, they were brown, or light brown, or gray, light gray, or like a dark brown. Most of the colors that we had, and you would wear that, and you would walk into the built-in pool, walk up to your neck, and then just stay there for whatever time you wanted to stay there. Not a long time, minutes, I think, the most. They might have gave us something to think about during that time, but we didn't say anything out loud. And then walk out, and then dry yourself off, and go to the restroom, and the bath chamber. We call them bathrooms, bath chambers, and change back into dry clothes, and which we had another uniform at that time to wear, which was like a gray jumpsuit that had a hood on it, that we very rarely used a hood. It was a sweatshirt and it was a polyester, so it was good in the hot weather as well. I mean, it wasn't severely hot where we were when we were using those. Although we did have them in Texas during the winter months when we would move down to Texas and live outdoors. And even in Texas, when we were living indoors, we still used that second set of uniform. Because we weren't trying to be the same. Well, yes, I take that back. That wasn't the right way to say that. We were trying to be the same. We didn't want to stand out. But we do stand out to our classmates and our older members with our personality, with our, our participation in the classroom. And, and we do develop, I didn't know it at the time, but I did love all the members of the classroom, but my vehicle was attracted to some and wasn't attracted to others. And even in behaviors and ways, even to a degree that's a fault of mine, to where, but it wasn't necessarily a fault, because people had different lessons to learn. And so if you were with somebody that was trying to learn a lesson that you had conquered, then you get another lesson in not judging them. That's why Jesus said, "Judge not, lest you be judged," because the way that you measure others will be the way that you will be measured. And that's because we end up believing in ourselves, in what we believe. If there aren't any deities involved in our belief, then all we have to believe in is other humans or ourselves. let's see. I know I went down all kinds of what they call rabbit holes, right? Right, the class wrote the diet book, Doe and the crew, because Doe said that he didn't need to go through that dietary program. And it was for, we had a company that would buy organic fruits and vegetables if we could have them most of the time from the docks in Los Angeles. And so with the excess, we ended up having a company where we went to these farmers markets. Actually, the farmers market was in San Diego at the time. So I guess the people that went to buy the bags, the 100-pound bags of carrots off the docks, they would take that drive. And so the surplus that we had of not only them, but apples and bananas, whatever else, if we had any surplus, we sold at this flea market, and we called our group Advanced Life Extension Research Team. Alert. And you can see the Transfiguration diet talks about having longevity for as long as we can use these vehicles. And so to me, that's the best diet that there is at this point for, in terms of making into a lifestyle change, not just a fast. I mean, it could be a fast. You shouldn't not try it because you don't want to do the whole thing. At least, try some parts of it. I would suggest, if you're, and see how you adapt to it. I would suggest. I'm only saying don't because we can limit ourselves in what we think we can get used to. So we have to be willing to go through it. And some of you probably have experience with what I'm talking about many times over. I'm not pretending that anybody listening to this actually applies to. But there could always be one or two or three or 10. It doesn't make any difference, that it could apply to, because I know how it applies to me. And I know how it applies to me more than it did when I was in the classroom now. When I've established certain patterns, like, for instance, not wanting to get off the rice. And so, not seeing the benefit from not doing that. So only following the program partially. But I think it's better to experiment with things like that. But Tiendo always taught that you take a chance on the positive, and that you, when in doubt, don't, was another expression that they would use. When in doubt, don't, and take a chance on the positive. Now you can say, well, those sound like they're kind of, because if you're taking a chance, that means you don't know the outcome, right? But, so is that not knowing the outcome, having doubt in the outcome? So I guess you have to determine whether there's a potential positive in it, and then take a step in that direction. And as you take that step, you try to feel and even talk with the next level about, is this, the right thing to do? I'm just giving you an example. Let's say you do go someplace to help people with a food line or something, okay? As a humanitarian thing to do, which is the best behavior we can have when when the older member's not incarnate anymore. Or we're not with the older member, and we can be considered to be with the older member now, to where to some degree, I think, because we still know that those said these things and wrote these things, because we know that history. We trust that history. It hasn't been so long and we haven't seen all the disinformation campaign to do what they did to Jesus, to say that that was just all made up to control people, even though the Jesus materials do end up controlling people when they don't pay attention to all the things that he taught, to try to get a feeling of how much he was teaching to separate from the world, by not, by by only having one mate, and working through the problems, and not lusting after somebody else while you're committed to another person. Those are like two big, huge instructions to try to rise up to, right? Because even if you're lusting in your mind, you're giving in to some degree. And Tiendo didn't actually give us that task of stopping sensuality in our minds until years. We were living in houses the first time I heard it. The first time it was given as a lesson step, or it wasn't written down anywhere. We knew we had to be celibate, in what we were doing, but it wasn't spelled out that we needed to stop our thoughts, even though stopping the thoughts of that was given to us as stopping the past thoughts. And so, but I just didn't relate it the same. When they said that you needed to stop it in your mind as well, it was like, wow. I can. So that's when I started to become more aware of how many thoughts I was having that were related to stimulating that part of my vehicle. That I learned to cut those sentences off in those thoughts before they would complete themselves, so that I wouldn't see the image that my thought might be describing or moving towards. And then I got to the point to where I just had a feeling that was happening, that thought was about to express itself, and I would put up the blank card and I wouldn't have it, and then I'll put my mind on something else. You don't wait to see if that influence is gone. You can think of it as an influence, as a discarnate, as if somebody is there trying to lure you into that behavior that you don't want to have anymore. And so by doing that, even if it's not 100% accurate, because it could be from a thought form, or it could be maybe an emanation from your genes, or that are coming to your focus from a past memory or something, whatever it is that's stimulating it, it's good to think about it as being this person that is like in your face, and you don't want them in your face, and so you tell them to take a hike. You don't have to be angry about it, but if it takes a little anger, use some anger, but you don't need to, you can do that in a next level way to where it's not, vulgar. Not that those words that are considered vulgar are important to not use, but it wasn't part of the lingo that we were given. And so we didn't use those slangs, those four-letter words that are so common now. So it's not wrong to use those four-letter words, but it's something to recognize was using your older member's mind when you did try to not use them. See, but the problem with people getting together and having a group is they can focus on the wrong things that actually creates a religion. Because let's say you're in a group with people and somebody says, a four-letter word, and you say that, that wasn't permitted in the classroom. Well, first of all, there was no punishment if you used it, but people would wonder why you didn't get control of it if you kept on using the four-letter words. And they would try to come up with solutions. We would come up with our own solutions if we were the person doing it. don't remember anybody saying they had a problem with that. But I can imagine that that could happen to somebody. It doesn't mean that they have a worse problem than somebody else, but they don't. And it's not necessarily, it's not, but then then they would say to that person, they didn't use that in the classroom, so it's wrong for you to do it. And so, they could get in, the person could say, okay, you're right, and they do it again, and then they do it again, and they get corrected again. They get corrected again. Pretty soon, they feel like, boy, I can't stop doing this. What's wrong with me? And they can start getting angry with themselves, and it can even be something that they're making into a complete negative when it doesn't have to become a negative. They just need to know that they can keep on working on it and not get upset about it. And the other person can know that they're working on it and not be so hard on them. You don't got to point it out every time. You can kind of, what can happen a lot of times is that, I'm just using this as an example, but this could be a lot of things. It could be a sarcasm. It could be somebody's, ranking somebody out or putting them down or gossiping about them when there's no reason to be gossiping about them. It's not going to benefit anybody. Talking about somebody behind their backs, which you could say that I did when I talked about Mark and Sarah, but see, they have not wanted to talk about that. If they would have wrote it down somewhere and posted it somewhere of why they left in detail, then I wouldn't have a problem with. I wouldn't bring it up. I would, if somebody asked me why they left, I would say what they wrote about in the Heaven's Gate book, or not the Heaven's Gate book, but on their blog, if they were maintaining one, said this. But they talked to the media about it, and said that what did they say why they left? Maybe because they felt like they had another task to do? Or now I forget. But it wasn't the story I'm telling you. But, it could be another task that they were doing. In other words, they were, being in a halfway situation. And it didn't mean they had to stay in that situation very long. They didn't. Neither of them had to. Because they were in touch with those helpers, Liberty and Janardi, all the time that they were outside the classroom from 1986 or so, or 87, when they left, to when they came back. So I do feel obligated to tell what I know to be the truth about that, the whole circumstance, and that lesson step for them. And if they were, I've written on my blog, all the details of, the reasons why I ended up dropping out. So, which I don't want to go into right now, but you can read it on Sawyer's story, on my blog at SawyerHG, like at heavensgate.wordpress.com. So, blocking thoughts. Wow. There's so much, to say about everything related to Tiendo. That's Yeah, as far as UFOs go, the next level has all kinds of vehicles. Vehicles that souls occupy and do tasks with. I mean, occupy meaning they take them over and they use them, for certain tasks. And those tasks might be in the human kingdom years, like the Jesus task or the Moses task or the some of those people that were the prophets. Uh, you know that some of them might have been student tasks. And so that's one example. But they can also have a vehicle that is actually a spacecraft itself. And it can be a biological spacecraft. And so, and that the soul is then invisible in it, or maybe not. I don't know. To some people, it might be invisible, and to other people, it might not be, depending on what they grew to see. Because you do grow to see more and more about what's real. And with the new next level vehicle, you have certain features that those vehicles have built into them. But it takes a mind that has grown to be able to discipline a vehicle like we're having in the human kingdom, like a horse, a rider to a horse, in order to have the strength of mind to pilot a next level vehicle. And different vehicles require different kinds of or abilities of minds. And so growth is eternal, potentially. Even though if you lose the vehicle, because they make imperishable vehicles and they make perishable vehicles, Doe said. And they make robots that can go to places that would kill the next level vehicle. But if you do lose your next level vehicle for some reason, when you have one, you could be doing a task on Earth, you didn't anticipate a certain thing happening, and you lost your vehicle. Well, then the next level would, pick you up. Your soul body would, go into that spacecraft with or without the vehicle that died, and you would go to wardrobe and get a new one. I don't know how long it would take. Doug just said it that way. You go to wardrobe. And they would give you another one that would, and you might have got a lesson from it, because it might have been something you could have avoided. Doe felt that Jesus made a mistake when he read from the book of Isaiah about the second coming, saying that that's being fulfilled now by him talking. And he almost got stoned to death outside the temple. He got thrown out of that temple, and they were going to come at him with stones, but he ended up going away, and which probably the next level helped with. So he didn't make the right choice to come on that strong, according to Doe. But that didn't mean that he didn't have instructions to say it. That's another little thing that would happen with T and Doe. Like they said about using those credit cards for the gasoline, and that were given to them to use as a gift. The one for the gasoline and the one for to rent the car, and they kept the car too long. And they felt like that was a mistake, but they felt like they had instruction to do it. They didn't think of it as a mistake when they had instruction to do it. They thought it was the right thing to do. But after they did it, and the problems that came from it, they thought to themselves that there was, I guess, something else that they could have done. But I don't know, because they were the ones that were in charge of setting up the stream of information that they were going to be getting in order to stay one step ahead of the students, in order to fulfill prophecy, in order to bring updates to the Bible, in order to demonstrate the behaviors and ways of the members of the next level to the people on earth. And that's why Doe experienced a lot of things in the world. He was famous in Houston, singing with the lead roles in Oklahoma and things like that, in the Houston Opera, and mingling with people that he graduated high school with. I think in Corpus Christi was Farrah Fawcett. He ate lunch with Dan Rather when he worked at St. Thomas University, as I understand it, because his office was, right across the way from him. So they would go to lunch together sometimes. So Doe became, homosexual. I don't know if he always was. Maybe he always was, but he didn't let it out or express it or pursue it until after or during when he was married. Might be the reason why he ended up getting a divorce. There was some indication of that. But and so that becoming that way, T said, was because, becoming so inclined to being attracted to the same sex. Not just inclined, but just having that chemical attraction, because it's not a choice. It can be a choice. It can be a choice to go with it as well. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong to go with it. It's just a choice. We still have to overcome gender and sexual consciousness, whether we're attracted to vehicles of the same gender or not, if we want to continue on the overcoming pathway. So Doe experienced all the things that T said experienced all the things, equivalents of all the things that humans that were going to become students, become the vehicles that souls were going to take over to complete their metamorphosis through, and complete their because the metamorphosis is a body and mind metamorphosis. A soul body is what's changing into the caterpillar body. No, from the caterpillar body, that is the human vehicle. So the body changes were mostly happening to the soul body. And the soul body is what was going to ascend into the next level. So you take your body with you was meaning that, they didn't mean it this way when they said it. I'm not trying to make it sound like they knew that all. Whether they knew that the whole time or not, I think they might have, but it might not have been that conscious in the very beginning. Because at the very beginning they did think that, they said that you don't need to die to go to the next level, but they never dropped the possibility and the desire to even leave by taking their vehicles with them, which Jody wrote about in 1996. Is in the away team document in the Heaven's Gate book. That they preferred to leave by, walking on board the spacecraft. But if the next level wanted to take their vehicle, put them on a table, with their new vehicle on another table, and then move the soul into that new vehicle, and then the other vehicle they do whatever they're going to do with, they were perfectly, they would have liked to have done it that way, but they were willing to do it the way that Doe was feeling led to do it, and that was following his lead. So yes, that wouldn't have happened in that way if Doe didn't come public. Do all this. If the soul didn't come here, if the earth wasn't created for that purpose, if the human kingdom wasn't designed to gravitate towards generating vehicles that would provide a match of things to overcome to the new souls that were coming back for each trimester, so that you learn new lessons. You weren't just like, well, let's say you had the lesson of trying to just stay healthy, stay alive, okay, and then you figured out how to do it. Even if you had next to nothing to eat, you could survive off of, a couple things that you had enough of, and so you pretty much overcame sensuality that you get from habits that are generated with food, because food isn't something that we get addicted to, according to T, if I remember correctly. And but sexuality is something we get addicted to. And so I got off the track again. Sorry. Getting colder. So, yeah, there's all kinds of colors of vehicles. I mean, I'm talking about the vehicles the bodies that members of the next level wear. And that also applies to different shapes and colors and of spacecrafts in the next level. But the ones that they crashed on purpose in probably the Roswell and probably the Aztec crashes, although the space aliens also stimulated some crashes or some ways of giving humans spacecrafts. And so to be a facsimile of the next level, that's what they do. They try to create the facsimile. And I don't know if they did that before the first crashes where the next level members came with their vehicles and lost their vehicles in the process so that they could go to the human vehicles that they selected in order to finish their overcoming areas. And so those spacecrafts were primitive spacecrafts compared to the spacecrafts at the next level. I'm not saying that they didn't function in some way in the next level. They might have been the same kind of spacecrafts that the Luciferians ended up being given when they graduated into the degree of membership that they were members. Because you don't get to be an older member, right away. You have to be a younger member before you get to be an older member. And you recognize older members by their vibration. You don't recognize them by wearing a certain kind of clothing of some sort, or a certain vehicle that looks a certain way. Although there might be some of that. I don't know. They didn't describe it as something that was visual. It was like something that you felt, is the thought I got from it. I could be wrong about that. But So space aliens might have those same kind of primitive spacecrafts that can appear and disappear, that can generate cloud cover, you know, that can defy gravity, hover without making any sound, and who knows what other things they can do, because they might have been doing those watcher tasks that Enoch talked about, the watchers, which Tiendo didn't talk about Enoch too much, except when they brought in the book, The Essene Christian Faith, and we're talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we were reading the book, the Lost Book of the Bible, and the Nag Hammadi Library. Now, I don't remember how much of that was given to us while T was in our vehicle, but I know we didn't have any assigned reading, or if we did, it was just to read one or two things here and there. And I mean, I think the book, Essene Christian Faith, I think we were encouraged to read that. And I believe I did read that from cover to cover. It was a pink book, pink hardcover. Which is about the Essene group that were before Jesus and potentially after Jesus. Who though respected in their trying to get rid of their sexuality by even damaging their testicles. And Doe cringed though when he heard about some of the ways that they were doing things. Cringed his face up and ooh. I think he even said that when he was that it seemed like the male vehicles were designed, to where you could tie off the testicles, and like they do for animals, and that eventually it would fall off. But he wasn't suggesting to do that. But and they were using rocks to crush their testicles. Man, would that hurt? I imagine some of them. And he was cringing about that too, and but the fact that they wanted to do that shows that what Jesus said about making oneself a eunuch for the kingdom of heaven's sake was something that the older members would approve of, a student taking the initiative to do. I don't know what they would say about it for people now, but I can't remember something in the Heaven's Gate book. Well, it wasn't required, so it wasn't to deal with, Doe was concerned before the time where castrations were allowed to go pursue. He was concerned that we needed to hold on to our hormones that stimulated sexuality in our vehicles. For the effort that it took to block it and stop it from happening, and even try to reroute it, those fluids that get secreted by our glands that want to come out and make it so that we're intoxicated with that vibration, and so we we then see things that stimulate that, to get rid of it, to get rid of that force. And so that's the objective. And it's not for moral reasons. It's because the next level members don't have that behavior. It's really that common sensical. And you got to fill your mind, your soul pocket, your soul container, your soul pillowcase, that's the plasma kind of consistency, needs to have everything in it that's from the next level mind in behaviors and ways. And that's why they introduce all those things to us. And that's part of outgrowing the mammalian, because they don't procreate in the next level. If they need a vehicle, they grow it to an adulthood. They don't have like a child process where that person is, not able to make a choice because they're not mature enough to know the ramifications of their choices. That's why no children were allowed to join Tiando's group, because they couldn't make the choice to overcome their humanness. And that's why that's a big sign of a group that's like a false prophet kind of group, a false cult, or a cult that's only a stage or a degree of, or a facet of the next level of cult of cults that has no abuses in it, because it's got no human behavior in it. And if there are people that end up breaking procedures, then the next level has ways of surfacing that. The same way the next level has ways of surfacing the truth about the election. I'm not positive about that, because if Tiando aren't actually here telling us, but they did tell us in the sense that, in a very strong sense, that would be the case. Because they said that Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls were in control of all the people that had a big influence over humans. So famous people, in the arts or whatever it is. Those space alien souls can ride herd on a lot of humans. Just like they compared it to a cowboy riding herd over a lot of humans. A lot of cattle. But that we are like horses, which he talks about horses in Revelation 6, right? The 4 horses. And divided into 2, the 4 horses. But first of all, with the horse analogy, that that the next level are like the ranchers, and they go into the wild, into the human kingdom, and they corral, they capture. And it's interesting that the word for rapture really started as caught away from. In other words, removed from the world, their world. So the horses are removed from their natural world, just like members that joined Tiando's group were removed from the human kingdom world that they were in, their behaviors and ways, and even in their terminology and what they ate, and, all kinds of ways throughout the time of the classroom. And so those horses, though, that don't take to the new instructions of learning to be of service to the next level, ranchers, by, in the human analogy, to allow a human to ride that horse, Well, the next level members don't ride us, but we ride our vehicles. But next level members don't ride other members of the next level. I mean, that analogy doesn't work in that to that degree, because what in Revelation it says that the sitting upon this individual is sitting upon the white horse, the apple white horse. Okay, and the word "sit" actually, when you look at it in the Greek, has to do with having a position. It's a job. It's a task to take over the vehicle, and Tiendo taught that, and you'll see it in the audio tapes. I think Carl Odie just recently surfaced an audio tape that talked about the three reasons for coming of taking over a vehicle and depositing thoughts to the human kingdom, and what was the third one? The being of service? Oh man, can't believe I'm forgetting that. I gotta go refresh my memory on that. Yeah, things fade. Things, even important things fade. But at least I can identify that it's faded. I'd go to carlody.wordpress.com, CRLODY, to try to look for that. I know deposit thoughts is one of the keywords you can search for on his blog. I'll try to remember to do that. I got to pay attention to my notes. What happens is there's so much, so much to do to try to keep up with all the things that are happening and people are talking about. So who knows if I'll get to it, but at least I have the intention to try to get to it. I mean, I do like to try to cover a lot of material, and I can't do otherwise. I just keep on going through the database, with things that were related to one another, and stringing them along. And this way, I think you can get, I don't think it's a negative, because you get a lot of different cross sections. Because that's what they are to me too. I see them just as potently as I think other people can see them. The points of view. And it's not that you should believe everything word I say. That's why it's good to listen to the audio tapes and read the book over and over again, and the videotapes, watching them, Beyond Human series a number of times. I'm not saying back to back, because there is a benefit to taking breaks from things, and having fun in your life is part of that. If you can still have some things that are fun, we need to have fun. Just when you're in the classroom, you have to know that when you're with the older members, when they're incarnate, their pleasures are where we're going to get all our fun from. And if there's something that we want to do that we want to do so badly that we're willing to leave the classroom for, well then that's what we should do. And you might not get back in again. But I'm just saying, because if we have all this in our computers, all these kinds of, recognizing that sexuality is an addiction, I mean, hearing that at least and considering that it might be true, if we have that in our computer, then at the least, then when we're in a circumstance where the older members are coming incarnate and talking about the next level and how there is no sexuality in the next level, and that they'll say the same kind of things, and we'll have it in our mind before then, so it'll make sense. We'll get a little thing that's, oh yeah, I thought that was the case. That makes sense to me, without having even remembered studying it anywhere in the record books, if it was in the record books. And that's the way I look at it, as that everything can be used for a positive. And so any effort we make, any and all efforts we make are potentially building our efforts. And the whole thing is being willing to be rebuilt, wanting to be rebuilt in the image of your older members. I never heard Tiendo say it that way. Okay, so maybe there's a slight, maybe it's not the best analogy, but they weren't against saying things differently, as long as the right intention is there. So I don't think that I didn't feel any sense that that wasn't an okay way to say it. Because it wasn't like, like the churches, the religions make you say, well, you got to say these words. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. All that, a lot of that's baloney. I mean, it's true, but it's been made into vain repetitions, which Jesus taught against. And yet that's what they do. They do exactly what Jesus said not to do. Don't pray in vain repetitions. Well, what does that mean? Well, vain has like a couple. It can mean like you've made it worthless, or that you've made it about yourself to look like you can look holy to other people and to yourself even, to think that, wow, I'm working for God. I'm a nun or a monk or a monk or a nun. No, a monk or a nunk or a mun. A nunk or a mun is the way that Tiendo said it. A time or two. They didn't say it that way. They didn't say those words that often. And so nowadays, now I don't think there are any next level members, for the most part, showing anything to anybody. Why? Because as long as there's the possibility of graduating, they're not going to give any of us vehicles with the souls that are trying to keep or take control of these vehicles more and more. They're not going to give us something that the vehicle would see as proof of the next level's existence. When we're not ready to graduate, we can get proof. And that's why the disciples of Jesus probably did actually witness him physically lifting above the ground and floating into a cloud that was like a cloud of light, and then going out of their sight with that cloud. So, because they weren't graduating then. I mean, they were, in a sense, they were graduating to their next grade in high school, but the graduation I'm talking about into the next level is like graduating into and starting college, to where now you're in a totally new environment with new lessons, new opportunities to learn new things. whether it's in the field of biology or chemistry or transportation or I don't know what all the departments might be. I know one department is called headquarters, and that's where T and Do said they were from. And that to work in headquarters, they had quite a high standard. Now that could be a craft the size of a planet. Maybe the Earth Lab is a headquarters. They didn't say where it was, but Do did say that when he looked into the heavens, the constellation that he was most attracted to was Sirius, not Sirius, the Orion, the 3 stars in the belt. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that was the garden that he graduated from? I don't know. Does that mean that's the last time that there was a garden like equivalent to Earth? I don't know. It's possible. It doesn't matter what it means. Well, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but it can mean those things and more. I don't. But then, the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls got humans thinking that coming from Orion were the Greys and that they were robots or clones for the reptilians, right? And so to me it's like, okay, right, exactly from there. Well, maybe they did. Maybe a lot of those souls that ended up breaking away didn't start on the Earth. They could have been the original ones that were brought to the Earth in order to go through this lesson program. Because there's a new crop of Luciferians being determined at this time. From individuals that are in human vehicles that have sided with Luciferian ways. Collateral damage. There is no God. There's nothing above human. Everything came about by random mutations. That thinking. Not that there haven't been many random mutations. But there's an element in design and all that. Designed by growing things. And humans do that, right? When we grow different types of apples and we try to get them to be bigger or smaller or sweeter or tartar or more a little thicker skin so that they don't damage so easily. I'm not saying all those things would be things that the next level would have them do, but it doesn't mean that they're wrong to do. And how a lot of that can be done by crossbreeding and things like that, which I don't know much about, and cuttings and all that. I haven't experimented with that. But I better be going back to the chat room. I think I want to bring this to a close. But now regarding UFOs, I believe there can still be space aliens that are being seen. They don't want to be seen a lot because they could be damaged. They could be shot down. They could be, and they certainly don't want that to happen because those crafts are, what they are living in with their hybridized vehicles. The vehicles that they impregnated or started that going and then just had as part of their crew when they grew up. They could be abducting humans all over the globe, and then training them to mesmerizing them, maybe even having them think that they are now gods because they're in touch with the gods, and so that people support them. And there's all of these groups, right, that have been formed for years and years and years. There's the group the Ethereans, and there's the group the Arcturans, and the Pleiadians, and who knows how many there are. I mean, there could be thousands of different space alien races, or little different sects to different races. Sect, as in SECT. But really, the Crouches were always begging for money. Right. Okay, well, maybe what I said was about Surety being angry. Tab 2120, if you're still around. Let me see what else you said. Begging for money. Yes, they were. I'm not saying that Tiendo approved of them in particular. And them in particular were, kind of, they didn't have a lot to say themselves, but they had other people talking about things. But they were all about, like accumulating wealth, which is the opposite of what Jesus was teaching. But Kenneth Copeland went down that road. But Doe said about Kenneth Copeland that he was saying a lot of the right things, or all the right things, but he was missing that, what to look for in his older member's return. And I forgot to go, I didn't bring that up on the computer. Which I did want to touch on, if I can. Let me see if I can do one search on it and see what happens. Am I still ticking? Yep. Okay, so I'm going to search on observe. Observe. I won't make it a whole word. So SERV, I think might find it. And books to search, New Testament. Oh, I don't mean to say whole word, no. Search, observe, match whole word only. No, I don't want that. It's Luke, I know that. I thought it was Luke. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that's the one. Luke 17:20. I'll read it from the context. No, this is by itself, standalone, I think. And 17:20 says, "And when he was demanded of the Pharisees when the kingdom of God should come, he answered them and said, The kingdom of God cometh not with observation." If you look at that word observation, well, he's giving his observation. I know there's more to it than that, but this software doesn't show me the Strong's everything in the Strong's Concordance. It does a lot, but you can actually link that to somebody seeing something through their eyes. I mean observation meaning observation of mind observation. Wait a minute, no, observation of eyes. That's not coming through observation. There I go. Not with observation. So, and then he gives an example. Neither shall they say, Lo here or lo there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. Now, the New Agers ended up taking that to mean that, the whole kingdom was in you. So you were God. All you had to do was accept it. And then that got separated from thinking that way with the scripture here. And but the kingdom of God, yes, is within you because of a soul that's given to the vehicle of those that seek to be their students. And they're not going to say lo here or lo there because because the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. They don't have a foundation. They don't have like one corporate place where they work out of, like you see with many of the cults. Even though they did start the beginning of that. I mean, what could be the beginning of that through them in Manzano when they were building the Earth ship in New Mexico there, near Manzano. And but then they abandoned it before they finished it. It was an Earth ship because it was made out of tires packed with mud to be the walls. And then they sold it. And then they went to the Phoenix area, or the Scottsdale area, I'm not sure where exactly. We lived in the Scottsdale area before that, and the Paradise Valley area where we lived also before that. And that's when they started to write the book. Before then they, moved to 1997 to the house. Well, they might have started to move in 1996. Some of them might have been split up for a little time. But that's where they wrote the book and designed the website. I don't know where they designed the website. It might have been in the Rancho Santa Fe house. But let's see. So, not by observation. So let me see if there's something else about this. For as the lightning that lighteth out of one part of under heaven shineth unto other part under heaven, so shall also Son of Man be in his day. So heaven in that context is the next level's environment. And so the comet is going to be the most clearest definition of something that's related to the word aster. The word is astrope, which light shining, it means, as well as lightning. So lightning isn't as good of a definition in my opinion, but light shining is more of a better, of the gleam of a lamp. In other words, it's something that has a starting place and it projects continuously in a certain direction. And that's what comets do. They're strewn. They got that long tail. And you can, if you look at the root of the word aster, you find talking about being strewn across the heavens. So it's from one part to another. So it's showing some traveling there, right? That people are able to observe in a relatively short amount of time to identify as the way that the older members come to the planet. Or so the Son of Man will be in his day. So that's after he's come to the planet, I guess, because in his day would be when he was actually public about who he really is. Which they started to do that as the two witnesses. But they said they weren't Jesus, because Jesus was the name of the vehicle that was taken through that transition 2,000 years ago, but they left that vehicle behind in a closet. Or I don't know if it was that vehicle or another next level vehicle that he got after he left that Jesus vehicle. So then it says, but first he must suffer many things. So in other words, before this lightning shining from one part under heaven to another part under heaven, or from east to west, it says in I think Matthew's translation, Doe felt like there were students that were taking notes, physically writing down things that he was saying. And he thinks that's why there's certain differences to these four Gospels. And so I guess he's like saying that maybe there were four people that were doing that task because of all the things that are exactly the same. But first he must suffer many things and be rejected of this generation that's experiencing that. And boy, was he rejected. Wasn't Doe rejected more than, he's been rejected for 22 years. Or maybe not that long. Well, yeah, 22 years at least. Or more than that now. By the generation. The generation is the genia, something like that. Translated as generation or time or age or nation. A nation can be translated as people. The whole multitude of men living at the same time. So that's all I'm going to read at this point. Although it talks about them, well, let me read that. And Luke 17:26 says, "And as it was in days of Noah, so shall it be also in the days of the Son of Man. They did eat and drink, they married wives." They were given in marriage until the day that Noah entered into the ark and the flood came and destroyed them all. Likewise also as it was in the days of Lot. They did eat and drink, they bought and sold, they planted, they builded. But the same day that Lot went out of Sodom, it rained fire and brimstone from heaven and destroyed them all. Even thus shall it be in the day when the Son of Man is revealed. Revealed. When he is revealed. Right up here it said, rejected. He's rejected and revealed. Okay, so when they went public, they were starting to reveal that they were both offspring of human, but in particular for Jesus, the same soul, the older member, he was the son of man. Being man to him would have been his older member, T. And I think at one point Doe mentioned that T was a man in this reference. It was the next level member, is what he's saying there. And being the son of a next level member means that you're the offspring of that father who birthed you into membership in the next level. It's the spirit birth that Jesus was talking about, where you'd first be born by water, and then you'd be born of spirit. And born of water has to do with, I believe, the water flesh birth. We're born in a sack of water from that, and lose their water right before the woman has the baby come out. So and spirit and mind is the synonymous terms according to Tiendo. So in that day, he which shall be on the housetop and his stuff in the house, let him not come down to take it away. And he that is in the field, let him likewise not return back. So, right, that's advice. That once you start on the path and you leave everything behind, to whatever degree we do that, in our minds and in our physical circumstances even, if that's what we need to do in order to be able to give more time and energy to standing for Tiendo, which is the requirement for being saved, for a future opportunity. And that's not, the opportunity still exists to graduate by separating from the world physically, but doesn't mean that you're not in touch with the world, because you need to stand. Also, the overriding requirement is to stand for Tiendo stand in their defense. I said that twice, I know, but stand in their defense and then maintain that stand and accept the consequences from that, making that stand. So that means that you have to become familiar with their information in order to make a stand for them. And he even talked about that in Doe's final exit video, that, even if somebody recognized them right after they left and recognized that they missed the boat, they could still leave. But first they would get in touch with their information. So it wasn't just a matter of thinking that this is a quick fix. I can join them just by, they have to agree with believing in all this. Because that'll give it also a chance for the lower forces to show whether they have the strength of mind to where that the next level would identify that they were ready to move into that next growth spurt. Even though Doe said that some of those that graduated in 1997 would have to come back to completely overcome their humanness at a future time during a civilization where they would be taking over a human vehicle again. And we need these vehicles in order to learn our lessons. And we can help a lot of people in the process also become open to seeing Tian-Do, especially the more and more we see of the deceit in this world, and the imposition and the authoritarianism and the the fundamentalism in terms of anti-Christian. Even though the Christians have a lot to be anti about, the teachings of Jesus, there's nothing to be anti about, what Jesus said in the four Gospels. I mean, it's a choice to be anti, but it's not a choice the Next Level wants anybody to make, because they're actually judging themselves on whether the Next Level is going to save that spirit or soul for future opportunity. The souls, I believe, will be saved for future opportunities if they made it to this one. Because they give as many opportunities as they can. But if a soul has gotten to the point to where they were given opportunities and they grew to a recognition level, and then they lost it, to where they don't even think that the Next Level really exists, and maybe thinks that they're just another space race that has better technology, and that they can develop that technology if they just could find that element that gives them anti-gravity, etc., etc., etc. What's that thing going off in my... I hear something though. I don't know what that is. So when you return back after you are on the path, wanting to give your all to Tian-Do's tasks, and asking them how to do that, and what to, and being open to, just, seeing where you feel led, and trying things and determining whether that worked or not, or trying to do it better or say it better, or, so that people stand a chance of seeing the truth before the recycling, so that they can potentially get saved for future opportunity. But we don't need anybody to be saved. We don't benefit from the amount of people that are saved. We benefit from our relationship with our older member and what we do to be in our older member's service. That's why it's very hard to corrupt it the way it's done, because unless somebody puts themselves in the older member slot, which humans do that, of course. But they're not really doing it. I haven't heard anybody say that they were the Heavenly Father. I've heard people say they were Jesus. Plenty of those. Even though Jesus said that, don't believe them if somebody comes in my name saying that they are anointed, they have the task, in other words, of the second coming, don't believe them. Because there will be many of them. Because he's not coming with that vehicle. He's going to have a new name, according to Revelation 3:12. And he's going to give us the name of the Father. T. Because he identified T as his older member, his Heavenly Father. That's what that can mean. That he's going to give it to us. Which he also talks about a little bit in Revelation 14. Okay, what can you tell us about Satellite 3 within Heaven's Gate? Were they TDO most trusted or experienced members? What were their tasks like? They just had tasks like, let's say somebody wrote a note and they said they had a bad runny nose. They would give the symptoms. That was the procedure. You didn't give the remedies. And so they would get that note, and that note would go in the spindle labeled medical. And so medical, then the people that were assigned that task, which might have been one partnership, might have been a foursome, when they would get up in the morning or whatever, and they would see that note on there, because it was put in a certain spot, and if it was labeled to medical on the outside of it, you couldn't read what was inside of it. You'd read it, and if you had a procedure how to handle it that was given from T&O, which you would have in your procedure book, and your partner would agree with you to do that procedure, then if you were to bring them a Tylenol or something, whatever it was, if you had procedure for that specific person, then you could bring that to them, and you would actually give them the pills, or the antihistamine is what they would give me once in a while to dry up the mucus, so that. But I didn't actually ask for it. They came to me because probably somebody reported that Soyoti's got a nose running all the time. And so they knew that they wanted to keep other people from getting it. So they wanted us to be dried up. And they did a pretty good job. I don't remember a lot of people being sick at the same time. Sometimes there were quite a few that had some sicknesses like that. I don't know what the numbers would be by quite a few, because I wasn't paying that close attention to a lot of people. I was just doing my tasks. So that was like what Sat 3 would do. And I wasn't originally in Sat 3, but maybe a year after it formed, I was added to it. Maybe it wasn't that long. And and some of the people a number of the people that were in Sat 3 dropped out. Odie, I think and Odie at one point, Odie and Sarah Odie, the Mark and Sarah. So even though it appeared to be a more responsible position, it did have more responsibility in it, because T and Do would sometimes come into the craft and ask you if you had any notes, and then try to answer those notes right away on the spot. Well, let's say they didn't have a procedure on what to do for somebody with a runny nose, and before they had that procedure, then they wouldn't prescribe anything until they checked with T and Do. Now, if they had some kind of emergency situation, that'd be a different story. Then if they didn't have procedure and they weren't able to get in touch with T and Do right away, then they would make a choice of trying to cover their bases and what they think T and Do might do. And if that meant, go out to a pharmacy to get something, then somebody could do that. And then they would report that to T and Do to see if it was the right choice. And they would find out whether they thought it was or not. And if not, they would tell them, a different way of having done it, or think about it, and even make some procedures in that regard. So then that gets put in the procedure book. So over the years, the procedure books got very thick. They were steno notebooks, steno size, and we had sometimes 10 of them for the Neutral Lab. And for the Fiber Lab didn't have that many because there weren't that many different instructions. But we always had new recipes and stuff, which we called them formulas. And we all the terminology was changed so that we could stop identifying with that previous thinking, because that was they were like little links into memories. And we were trying to cut off our past. Not because we were afraid of our past, but we weren't able to give as much energy to making a new creature. Being born of spirit means that you're turning into somebody new. You don't have any desire for anything in the past. And they even put us to the test and gave us instructions to think about whether we wanted to do something in the world. And then there would, or somebody to be with. And they called it going into the pit. I mean, they didn't say that to us. They said that another time during a meeting that they felt like that's what that was in passing. It wasn't named going into the pit. Like on the book of instructions, they wouldn't have written something like that. They didn't have names of things like that. I mean, there were slippage meetings. But there was no slippage meeting procedure book, because that was a craft book that because not everybody was in the Neutral Lab where the foods were made, or the Yeast Lab where the breads were made, or the when we were having bread in our diet, which we did have for a long time. And so if you were assigned to that lab, then you would go to that lab, and the first thing you would do when you got there would be read the procedure book, see if there's anything new. And so those books were maintained by, let's say T and Do came into the room where the Sat 3 was all standing and dealing with notes, and they said, you can handle this way. Why don't you go get some tires for the yellow van, or the blue van, whatever it was. That's how they identified some of the cars by their colors. And sometimes they identified them in other ways. But and sometimes they identified them as a horse, in the sense of, if they were in the shop, they would say that they were in the horse pistol. The horse pistol. And so So Sat 3 then would, if they got an instruction, they would write it in the instruction. We had like a clipboard that they kind of had, that they had in the hospitals. T designed it for, got them for us. And the same exact kind of clipboards. They were metal. And they didn't hold a lot of pages. But, they had a clamp on them and a cover. And they were called the IS pages, the instruction sheets. And you would write down what you thought the instruction was, then you would make a copy of it. And, you'd put it in the procedure book as an instruction, and then you'd send the instruction sheet that you had written in there to T and O, unless you read it to them out loud on the phone or in person, what you were writing. And then they would, correct you if they wanted to correct you, or add something if they wanted to add something that they felt like they didn't say the first time. Or they might do that later. And so part of Sat 3 was keeping up with all that. And since, and Sat 3 were people that, most of them were made up of people that didn't have jobs in the world. But I was an exception to that. But I just didn't do as much in Sat 3. I just got to read the procedure book for Sat 3 that other people in the class didn't read. And so everybody didn't know everything about everything. It was always on a need-to-know basis. But nothing was hidden from somebody. It's just that it wasn't in their department. So it was not something that they needed to have on their minds. Because the next level is got all kinds of differences in the different departments that they have. And that's just the way it is. Doesn't mean that you can't be in all those departments at some point. You can read my book, Armand, on my blog, SawyerHG, as in Heaven's Gate, SawyerHG.wordpress.com. It's in there in a lot of pieces. I can send you a link that gives you all the different pieces of it, all the blog posts, because there's about 10 of them or so, because it was so big. And I used the very long posts. Or, if you don't want to do that, I can send it to you, but I can send you packets. You just write to my YouTube, my Yahoo channel, my Yahoo email, Sawyer HG as in Heaven's Gate, just like in the blog, at yahoo.com. Kathy Southwestern, good evening to you. Or good morning. And that's the little slogan that we said, not slogan, but when we woke up, in order to get going, we would like walk in place and or do some kind of jumping jacks or something, and say to ourselves, even a little bit out loud, we weren't trying to make a spectacle of it, but we sing this song in our heads like, I'm saying we because we didn't sing them all at the same time, because everybody would get up and get out of bed a little bit differently sometimes, and and make their bed and go someplace private and change their PJs into their uniform or their out-of-craft task clothing, whatever they were doing for that day, and then go read the procedure book and forgot where I was going on that. Okay, then Kathy Southwestern says, Sawyer, Richard and I were talking about the Earthship y'all had started building. Was that in New Mexico? And what materials was the Earthship being constructed from? At Abel, Marshall Applewhite was most certainly not crazy. And good session, Sawyer. Thanks. Good night. Good night, Harm. Okay, Kathy, Southwestern. Well, first of all, I wasn't there when they were building that ship, that Earthship, they called it. And the Earthship method of building came from this guy that wrote this book about it. And that's what T and Doe got, well, not T and Doe, but Doe and crew got a hold of. And it has to do with the technique of packing mud into an old tire. So they went around to places where they could get tires given to them. And they packed a whole bunch of them full of mud, and they built the walls of this thing. But I don't think they built a ceiling to it. But it might have been finished because they ended up selling it to somebody else. And that was just... It was at what was an old Boy Scout ranch years ago that had different buildings on it, and they added to that area with this Earthship, and they called it a fortress, and some of these things are significant towards something in the book of Revelations, which I don't know if I have the energy to go through. I'm starting to have blurry vision. But, let's see. Then they abandoned it and moved to Arizona as into the fall of 1996, where they started to write the book and design the website, and which the book was designed off the website. I mean, the website was designed off the book, primarily, right? So, yeah, I was east of Manzano. And that's why, when people talk to me about where to go to, or if I might go someplace, Manzano might be that place. If I don't have any way to communicate with anybody anymore, in a significant way like this, or if I just feel like the next level is leading me there, I might go. I don't know. Yeah, now I don't know how they built the roof, but I mean, there's a little book that this guy published about it. You just have to search on Earthship. I think you'll find stuff on it on Google's or somebody's browser search engine. But I tried to find it 3 years ago when I traveled over there. And it was so late in this trip that I took that had a certain amount of time allotted for it. That I thought when we got really close, I thought to myself, what are we going to do? I mean, this is somebody's property. I don't want to be, it was night time and we had something, I had to be in Denver. So I couldn't stay there because I was going to the the American Academy of Religion to give a little bit of a talk on my response to the Heaven's Gate podcast that Ben Zeller and Professor Ben Zeller and invited me to, and that I'm so tired now. I'm starting to forget names of people. But the person that was the producer of the Heaven's Gate podcast series, Anne Hepperman, who was a very, very nice person. I like her a lot. She generally seemed to care about, and she was always asking me, how's your vehicles, how's your daughter, and she knew I was unhappy with the way that they left T as being depicted as a hypocrite. That she wasn't practicing what she preached, as they said in that broadcast, and couldn't be anything further from the truth. And so she knew I was upset with that part, and so Ben and her decided to include me on a panel that Ben was doing because he's a part of the American Academy of Religion. And so every year he goes to a conference wherever that's held. It was held in Denver that year. So they invited me to it, and I sat with them and gave a talk, and I videotaped it because I had a friend there travel with me to videotape it. It's not that much. I mean, it's nothing that I said is of any value beyond what I've written about on this channel and on my blog, and I made videos about calling T a hypocrite. So I don't feel like a need to put that up there. Oh, by the way, there was somebody that wanted me to post the tape that Doe made, that was called The Tape in the Heaven's Gate podcast. And I don't have that full tape. I have the transcript of the full tape. And that I believe I already have put on my Heaven's Gate page. The SawyerHG.wordpress.com on the blog. But I could check that. Well, I got a lot of tasks to do. Okay. See this thing with Luke here, 17:35, where it says, 2 women shall be grinding together, one shall be taken and the other left. 2 men shall be in the field, one shall be taken and the other left. And so that's part of the reason why they believe that there's a rapture where the people actually leave with their bodies. Not that that can't happen. The next level can do that. Like he said, you don't have to die to go to the next level, but your vehicle. But like I was talking about before in this live stream. But what this is saying, I believe, is that people will appear to be the same, and some will decide that they recognize the information, and so they will leave everything behind. Because that opportunity is provided. Now, I mean, you can leave lots of behind, but if you were going to do that, you would do it responsibly, and you would talk to the next level about any of the difficulties you had with that, and you could still be of service living in a family environment, and separating from your attachment to that family. Not that you treat them any differently or badly. You treat them with as much caring as you want to be treated, and responsibility for children or whatever it is. Because that's not the time isn't now to be actually with the older member physically. The task we have now is to stand for them. So if nobody is interfering with our standing for T and Do, then there might not be any reason to. If they're challenging your discipline, your self-discipline of your horse, your vehicle, then that's another story. And you can ask the next level for help with that and how to solve these circumstances. And sometimes you might be able to talk to the person. And, but you might go through a period of time where nothing's working. And it might be, you don't need me to tell anybody, when it's not working, because people learn that for themselves. And they separate, and a lot of times that happens. And even though it's painful sometimes for when that's separated from, it's when we know that we now have more time or ability to stand for T and Do, then we see it as a window opening to a door that closed, or a door opening to a window that closed, however you want to look at it. In life. But then the last thing it says in that chapter is, wherever the body is, thither will the eagles be gathered together. And that's been a puzzling thing. But I think eagles in that context is both the space aliens and the next level. And the body is the body of believers and the body of the true Antichrist, the the Christing process, the overcoming process, the metamorphic process. We all still have a metamorphic process that we're engaged in if we're using T and Do's information and behaviors and ways as our goals and our to incorporate into our lifestyle. Hello. Anne Marie? Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize they'd be still talking this late. Yeah, I think I'm done here. Well, maybe not. Chat room's still going strong. So Kathy Southwestern says, I'll do some digging on the book. And guy you mentioned who came up with the idea. And Michael Reynolds is the guy's name who came up with it. Google is quick. Yeah. That is a link to their website. Super cool. There you go. Michael Reynolds, huh? No, if you're going to use the bathroom and use the heater, let me turn it off here. Huh? Excuse me for a second on the chat. I got it off. Okay, so I think I'm finished, folks. I just created a new record in terms of how long this live stream is. And, well, I don't know. I feel like I went into a lot of areas that can be helpful. So I wish you all a good morning and day, and hopefully we'll get to talk again. Good night.